Jimmy Rollins to stand in. Rollins, 5 hits, 19 at-bats, a .263 average, but also with 5 walks in this World Series. Andy Pettitte, the 37-year-old left-hander, goes into his windup. Game 6 begins, and a fastball is high and outside. The ball 1 as camera flashes sparkle all around the new Yankee Stadium for that first pitch of this 6th game. The first time we've had a 6th game in a World Series since 2003. Rollins swings a ground ball deep into the hole at short. Jeter over to get it with a backhand. The long throw to first is just in time.
Nice play by Jeter. He set himself and used the strength of his arm to get Rollins out. Rollins running from the right side, of course, not nearly as quick getting down the line as he is from the left side.
Time and temperature brought to you by the Exergen Temporal Scanner, changing the way the world takes temperature. Available at Walmart and other fine retailers. 7:58 Eastern Standard Time was when Andy Pettitte threw the game's first pitch. 47 degrees is the temperature. Now Shane Victorino, and he takes a called strike.
Well, Shane Victorino, in my opinion, had the biggest at bat against Andy Pettitte with the bases loaded in his last start, and he swung at 2 pitches in the dirt, and that let Pettitte off the hook.
0-1 pitch, swinging a hard ground ball foul on the third base side, and the count is 0-2 to the switch hitting Victorino.
When I talked to him before the game, we thought he got hit on the thumb, but he got a hit on his forefinger, and he says it's okay to swing the bat now, but it didn't seem to be okay right after he heard it.
The pitch is swinging a slow chop up the third base side. Pettitte over to field it, and he will not make a throw. No need. That's an easy base hit for Shane Victorino, a very fast runner. That ball got no more than 25, 26 feet away from home plate. A couple of big chops on the third base side. Pettitte fielded it right near the foul line. Thought about a throw, and so wait a minute, he's already there. So a base hit for Victorino.
And this is exactly what they didn't want to happen. They wanted to face Chase Utley with no one on base so they could find a way to pitch him. And I don't think they really know what they want to do to him. We'll see if they try to stay off the plate inside now, but if you pitch him too far inside, he's going to get hit because he doesn't move. I know they want to throw him sliders away, but a lot of times you have to set the slider up away by coming off the plate inside.
Pettitte, the only Yankee starter really to have shut down Utley. Utley was 0 for 3 against him in Philadelphia for Game 3. There's a throw to first, and back to the bag is Victorino. Victorino is a base stealer in the regular season, but he has not stolen a base here in the World Series. Utley had, Victorino had 25 steals in the regular season.
Andy Pettitte normally shuts down the running game anyway. He has a great pickoff move to first base.
Pettitte checks Victorino. Now the pitch, and he's high with a slider, and the count is 1 ball and no strikes. Ryan Howard is on deck. The Yankees have Pettitte pitching. Posada behind the plate. Teixeira at first. Cano at second. Jeter at short with A-Rod at third. Damon in left. Gardner in center. And Swisher in right. 1 out, 1 on. Andy Pettitte to the plate. Fastball for a strike call to the inside. And Utley turns and seems to question that call by veteran umpire Joe West.
Well, that's where they want to throw the fastball to him inside and maybe up a little bit on the inside. And the slider, of course, down and away, is Tom Seaver's favorite words. High and tight, low and away will get most hitters out.
Jeter pulled well over toward the middle at shortstop. Now the pitch. Swing, and the ground ball to second could be 2. Cano backhands to Jeter 1. Back to first, and he got him. Double play. Jeter's throw is a little bit wide, and it pulled Teixeira off the bag, but he got the foot back just before Utley arrived. It's an inning-ending double play. Started beautifully by Cano with a backhanded flip to Derek Jeter. 1 hit, nobody left. Now Pedro Martinez will take the hill. Jeter, Damon, and Teixeira coming up. There is no score. This is Game 6 of the 2009 World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Since OnStar began, we've responded to over 100,000 automatic crash alerts.
I'm sorry, emergency. Are there any injuries? Yes, help. Get me out of here. Okay, we'll get you some help. I'm contacting the 911 center now.
In a crash, an OnStar advisor can automatically receive an alert.
911.
This is our star emergency. I have a collision here on County Road 403, airbag deployment. I'm going to conference you and on the line with her.
Is anyone injured?
I am. My chest, my hip, my leg.
All right, ma'am. We're sending help to you. What did you hit?
A tree. I'm trying to stay calm.
I have some additional crash data.
What do you have?
The reported Delta V was 21 miles per hour from the front.
With automatic crash response, an OnStar advisor can share your exact GPS location and critical crash details with first responders, so they're better prepared to help.
EMT is on the scene.
I hope you're going to be okay.
Thank you.
OnStar is standard for the first year on 14 Chevy models. Visit OnStar.com for details and system limitations.
When was the last time someone offered you a second chance to save thousands of dollars? Maybe never. Until now. If you owe the IRS or state at least $15,000, American Tax Relief is offering you a second chance to eliminate up to 85% of your delinquent taxes. Thousands of honest, hardworking Americans just like you have turned to American Tax Relief for the help they need. Look, your tax problem isn't going to go away. As a matter of fact, it's only going to get worse unless you get help. With American Tax Relief, you now have qualified help in dealing with the IRS. This is the second chance you never had before to save up to 85% on the taxes you owe. Get the second chance you deserve and save up to 85% on your delinquent taxes. Call American Tax Relief for a free consultation to see how much money they can save you. 1-800-315-1780. Call right now for your second chance. 1-800-315-1780. That's 1-800-315-1780.
Your home for the 2009 World Series is ESPN Radio.
38-year-old Pedro Martinez back on center stage here in New York. Martinez, who's always had a tumultuous relationship, to say the least, with the Yankee fans after all of his years with the arch-rival Red Sox. And they were bringing up some of those old cheers and jeers when Pedro pitched Game 2 back on the 29th. In that one, Pedro had gone 6 innings, allowing only 2 runs, came back for a 7th inning and gave up a couple of hits to start the inning and was removed from the game, ultimately charged with 3 runs and 6 hits in 6+ innings. He did have 8 strikeouts in that game, Joe, and he had pretty good stuff, although not a great fastball.
Well, if he has a better fastball tonight, I expect him to pitch as well as he did that night. They're going to make some adjustments, so he's going to have to change some of his patterns. But I still think Pedro is smart enough, crafty enough, and has enough toughness, to pitch a good game in this 6th game.
Pedro Martinez. He, unlike Pettit, who is going on short rest, has had an extra day of rest. He pitched last Thursday and has had 5 days off between starts, as Derek Jeter will stand in against him. Jeter, 8 hits, 22 at-bats in this World Series, a .364 average, with 1 run batted in. Right-hander against right-hander. Pedro Martinez to the plate. Slider in the dirt for ball 1.
And Pedro gave them their battle cry as "Who's your daddy?" He was beaten by the Yankees a couple of times in a row, and he said, well, I guess they're like my daddy because they can beat me when they want to. So that's been the battle cry for the Yankee fans against Pedro Martinez since that time. Who's your daddy?
That was back in 2004. Pedro, of course, had the last laugh that year while Yankee fans were chanting, "Who's your daddy?" at him. He and his Red Sox made a great comeback in that postseason series and won the pennant and went to the World Series. Pedro was a winner in Game 3 of that World Series, which the Red Sox swept in St. Louis. Now, time taken. Jeter backs out for a moment. The outfield pushed toward the right field side against the right-handed hitting Derek Jeter. Johnny Damon on deck. No score in the game. Pedro to the plate, and a fastball is driven to left center field. On the move to his left, Francisco, and he makes the catch. And there is 1 away.
And that was a good swing by Jeter. What he was doing, looking for a fastball in, because he got him out with a fastball a couple of times last time in, and he took that fastball and lined it into left field, but right at the outfielder, Francisco.
Now Johnny Damon. Damon came alive when the series moved to Philadelphia, and he takes a fastball in there for a strike. Really, specifically in the 5th inning of Game 3, his 2-run double put the Yankees ahead for good in that game. He followed up with 3 hits in Game 4 and 3 more hits in Game 5. And he takes A ball, 1 ball and 1 strike. So overall, Damon in this World Series, 8 hits in 21 at-bats with 4 runs batted in. He's also had 3 steals. And he swings and misses. He was fooled on that changeup. He actually foul-tipped the ball into the glove of Carlos Ruiz, and the count is 1-2. The shortstop, Rollins, pulled over toward the middle a bit. Damon, a wide open stance. Here's the pitch. And a hard slider low and inside for a ball.
I'm a little surprised at Francisco in left field where they're playing him. I think they should really shade him a little bit more toward left center.
He is straight up, and the center fielder, Victorino's, over into right center away, so there's a big gap out in left center toward that 399 marker. If he hit the ball out into that gap, he could run for a long while.
And he has hit some balls out there this postseason, right in that gap.
2-2 pitch. Changeup struck him out swinging.
Beautiful pitch from Pedro. I was wondering if the other pitch was a fastball. It was in under the hands, but he starts this one up on the inside part of the plate. Damon thinks it's a fastball, and he goes right after it, and the speed just fools him.
Well, we are used to seeing Damon with 2 strikes, foul a pitch off, foul tip 1, pull 1 foul, pop it foul. Not this time. 2 down, nobody on. Mark Teixeira. They put the shift on for him, and Pedro spins one in there for a called strike. It's 0-1. 79 miles an hour. I don't know what it did. It didn't have much break on it, if any. 0-1 the count. 3 infielders to the right of second. Feliz, the third baseman, is now playing shortstop. The outfield swung around toward right, with Teixeira batting left-handed. Now Pedro just misses on the outside, up, and the count is 1 ball, 1 strike. Teixeira has not been able to get it going in this World Series. Only 2 hits in 19 at-bats. No score in the game. Here's the pitch. And a little slider or cutter off the inside for a ball, and it goes to 2-1. Utley, the second baseman, way over toward the first base line and 15 feet into the outfield. With Rollins playing the second base position as if playing for a pull hitter, even though he's the shortstop. Now Teixeira asks for time and backs away.
Well, part of the problem, John, is that the hitters are being made to wait a long time, and hitters do not like that.
The 2-1 pitch on the way, and a slider is pulled foul on the first base side. The count is 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, nobody on. Alex Rodriguez would be next. By the way, not that unusual for a guy who had an excellent season to struggle in the World Series. There's a changeup, and that is too low. Ball 3, 3-2. How about Roger Maris? The year he hit 61 home runs. In that World Series, he was 2 for 19 against Cincinnati. The same numbers that are sported by Teixeira right now. 3-2 pitch. Swing, and there's a high drive into right field. Back is Worth. Now at the warning track, he squares up under it right in front of the wall. He makes the catch, and the inning is over.
Pedro got that ball away just enough. He had to reach with one hand to get it.
3 up and 3 down for the Yankees. A-Rod stranded on deck. We go to the second inning. Howard, Worth, and Ibanez coming up for the Phils. It is 0-0. Game 6 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone, continues after these words from our local stations.
The Scott Van Pelt Show.
ESPN Radio.
What has happened to my beloved Redskins, the team that I watched win 3 different Super Bowls? Granted, it was a while ago. There was a time when the Redskins were one of the gold standards as a franchise. Given the current ownership situation with the current GM and the current coach that they picked and have emasculated by essentially trying to force him to quit, that didn't work. They bring in Sherm Lewis. They make Sherm Lewis a play caller, and I feel badly for Sherm Lewis because he's become the punchline, the bingo hall and this and that. It's not his fault. He didn't ask for this. He came in to be an observer, and 2 weeks later he's calling plays because they try to make a power move to get Zorn out, and Zorn says, you owe me money, I'm not leaving. And Jim, good for you. I don't blame you. Stay. You should. You didn't create this mess. Are you a competent head coach? It doesn't appear that this is really in your comfort zone right now, but this mess isn't completely of your doing.
The Scott Van Pelt Show, weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Colin Cowherd, the Herd.
Warm weather states and regions ask kids to come to their university. Big Ten schools and cold weather schools don't ask. They have to convince. USC asks, Texas asks, Florida asks. Big Ten convinces. Now, that doesn't mean you can't be a great recruiter and you can't convince kids to play in the cold. But it's easier in life to ask than convince.
Colin Cowherd, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific, ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Perhaps it's not okay to have a hot dog during a football game.
So what if someone had handed him like a turkey sandwich?
No, I would eat what's on my sideline there, provided by the team, which would be like a power bar or something.
Someone got him a hot dog.
I don't know.
Like he did not go into the stands. There wasn't a guy walking around going, "Get your red hots." Mark Sanchez turned around and said, "Yeah, buddy, give me one with mustard."
I don't know.
Someone gave him a hot dog.
Then they were wrong for doing it.
Would sushi be a problem?
Stop it.
Mike and Mike in the morning.
ESPN Radio.
Miss a little, miss a lot.
Your home for the 2009 World Series is ESPN Radio.
Now the Phillies into the second inning from Yankee Stadium, New York. I'm John Miller, along with Hall of Famer Joe Morgan. Joe's Cincinnati Reds was the last National League team ever to win consecutive World Series. Back in 75 and 76. In 76, they beat the Yankees. The Phillies are trying to do that, but they are trailing in this World Series 3-2. And even to get here to Game 6, they had to win Game 5 in Philly. Ryan Howard leads off, left-handed hitter against the left-hander Pettit, and a fastball is up and away for ball one. Well, Utley, or rather Teixeira, the Yankees slugging first baseman, has struggled in this series. Now 2 for 20. Howard is 3 for 19 in the World Series. The 1-0 pitch, and it's low and inside for a ball. Remember Orlando Cepeda, our good friend?
Yeah.
The baby bull, El Hijo de Perucho, 1967 in the World Series.
St. Louis, he struggled, right?
He was 3 for 29 in the 67 World Series. 2-0 pitch. Howard swings a ground ball up the first base side. A fair ball. Gloved by Teixeira to his left. He runs it to the bag, and Howard is retired. And there is one away.
Well, Howard is still swinging basically the same as he was the other day. You wonder if he'd get an off day and maybe extra day of batting practice might have helped. But that was a pretty good pitch to hit, and he was way out in front of it, and he couldn't drive it. You just need to wait on that ball just a little longer.
Now Jason Worth will come up. Worth, a right-handed hitter, hit 2 home runs against Pettit in Philadelphia on Halloween night this past Saturday. And he's hit 3 home runs in 16 lifetime at-bats against him. The pitch, a fastball up and away for ball 1, and the count is 1. I hesitated because I looked at the scoreboard and said ball 3. I was thinking, wow, Pettit is a fast worker. 1 ball and no strikes, the count. Tall, lean, right-handed hitter Jason Worth. The 1-0 pitch on the outside corner, knee high for a strike. Joe West in his 4th World Series, 57 years old, 31 years as a Major League umpire. He umpired his first Major League game when he was only 23 years old, all the way back in 1976. 1-1 pitch, and a fastball is too high. He became a full-time National League member, a member of the National League umpiring staff in 1978. The Cowboy, Joe West.
Country Joe West.
Here's the 2-1 pitch, just off the outside. He is also an entertainer. He's a regular performer at John A.'s Little Palace in Nashville, Tennessee. He has performed with some of the biggest names in country music, like Mickey Gilley, Johnny Lee, Merle Haggard, Bonnie Owens. He's had a couple of albums released. The 3-1 pitch over the outside corner, strike 2, 3-2 the count. And he also owns the United States, Canadian, Australian, and Japanese patent on the chest protector known as West Vest. It is standard equipment for Major League umpires. Here's the windup, the 3-2 pitch. A swing and a foul back over the screen and into the lower deck. And the count remains 3-2. Joe West is also a member of the Celebrity Players Golf Tour. You ever golf with him?
No, I don't play on the tour anymore.
3-2 the count to Jason Worth. 1 out, nobody on in the second inning. No score. Pettit to the plate. And he's outside with ball 4. A fastball missing. And after the 2 home runs against Pettit just a few nights ago, you can understand Pettit being very, very careful with his pitches to Worth this time. So Worth gets the walk. He's at first with 1 out.
Good job by Worth, though. He did not go out of the strike zone. Pettit just kind of tantalizes you over the outside corner. He throws one on the corner, the next one just a hair off. But Worth did a good job of staying with him and not swinging at a pitch out of the strike zone.
Teixeira on the bag at first with Worth. Here is the left-handed batting Raul Ibanez. No score in the game. Ibanez with a broken bat. Fly ball into shallow right. Out goes Cano. In comes Swisher. It is Swisher who makes the catch.
Well, that's a great example there of going out of the strike zone we were talking about. That ball was way up and in, shattered his bat, but Ibanez decided to swing at it anyway.
Ibanez, who hit a home run in Game 5, his first of the World Series. He also had an RBI single in that game. They've been anxious to get him going. He's one of their key bats in the middle of that lineup. But Ibanez is retired here, and the batter will be Pedro Feliz. Feliz 4 for 19 with a home run in the World Series, a right-handed batter. Worth the runner at first. Andy Pettit checks him, now makes a move to first, and Worth dives back to the bag. It's with 2 down now, a spot where a stolen base could be a big play to get into scoring position. But as you mentioned in the first inning, and as is well known around baseball, Andy Pettit has one of the most deceptive moves in the game. Here's the stretch. Teixeira on the bag with Worth. Now the pitch. Curveball over the outside corner for a called strike to Pedro Feliz.
And again, you have to be patient with Andy Pettit. He'll get ahead of you like with this curveball he throws for a strike. Now he'll try to get you to go out of the strike zone unless you force him to throw another strike.
Here's Pettit to the plate. Fastball a little bit low on the outside, or maybe a little off the outside as well. 1 ball and 1 strike. Andy Pettit got the win in the clinching game of the division series against the Twins. He got the win in the clinching game of the league championship series against the Angels. Now trying to do it for the 3rd time in this postseason here in the World Series. And it's tough to bet against Pettit in a postseason game. He's been here so many times before. He has won more postseason games, World Series and otherwise, than any pitcher in history. 17 postseason wins. A-Rod deep at third, shaded a bit toward the line against the right-handed hitting Feliz. The pitch. And a slider low and inside for a ball. I say slider. Pettit prefers to call it a cutter. So the count now is 2 balls and 1 strike to Pedro Feliz. No score in this game.
This is a very typical at bat. He threw a strike for the first pitch, and then he tries to get you to go out of the strike zone. And you have to be patient here and make sure you get a strike.
Here's Pettit with a move to first, and Worth is back to the bag. The oldest pitcher ever to start a World Series game on short rest was also a Yankee. David Wells, 6 years ago, at age 40, started the first game of that World Series on 3 days of rest. Andy Pettit is the 2nd oldest to start a World Series on short rest in the last 50 years. There's a throw to first, and back to the bag again is Worth. No starting pitcher as old as Pettit has won a World Series game on short rest since 1959, when Early Wynn did it. Early Wynn, a Hall of Famer. He beat the Dodgers when he was 39 years old on 3 days of rest. 2-1 the count. Pettit delivers. In the dirt, the ball kicks away from Posada off to his right, and so Worth will not have to steal second base. As it turns out, he is given the bag on a wild pitch. So he's over to second. The count goes to 3-1 to Pedro Feliz.
And we've always wondered whether he would have the control, the command of his pitches on 3 days rest. Well, so far, I don't think he has, because he throws a strike, and again, he's not going to give in and give you a pitch to hit. And he's run the count from 1 strike to 3 balls and 1 strike.
Another right-handed hitter, Ben Francisco, is on deck. 2 down, no score. The pitch. Feliz pops it off the fists, high in the air behind the plate. Posada's got room, and he makes the catch near the backstop. Well, they got into the hands with that cutter, and Feliz goes down, stranding Worth at second base. We go to the last of the second, and Alex Rodriguez, then Matsui-san. Coming up, Phillies nothing, Yankees nothing. This is Game 6 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
AutoZone. Regular oil changes keep your engine running smoothly. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Get to AutoZone today and get a 5+ quart oil change jug or 5 single quarts of Quaker State conventional motor oil and an STP oil filter for just $12.99. Yes, a complete oil change for $12.99. Restrictions apply. See store for details. Changing your own oil is a great way to save money. That's why AutoZone offers you the right products at the right price and the expert advice you need to do the job right the first time. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
This year, give the gift they'll appreciate for years to come. The acclaimed Bose Wave music system. It's elegantly small, with sound that brings new life to music. Forbes FYI says it sounds like a system that costs 5 times more. And it's available with an optional multi-CD changer for hours of uninterrupted music. To order the Wave music system for that special person on your list, visit Bose.com/enjoy or call 1-800-611-1617. To make it a gift they'll enjoy even more, order it together with the multi-CD changer by December 31st and save $100. Try them in your own home for 30 days risk-free. Visit Bose.com/enjoy or call 1-800-611-1617 and ask about easy financing options with no interest charges from Bose. The Wave music system and multi-CD changer. The gift that makes special occasions even more special. 1-800-611-1617.
What can be said about reviving baseball in inner cities?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me
the chance to play,
To learn.
to grow.
For 20 years, Major League Baseball's RBI program, presented by KPMG, has helped shape kids' lives both on and off the field.
Thank you for giving me
The power
to grow up and be
anything
everything I want to be.
and everything I am today.
So for the 1 million people whose lives it's touched, RBI is so much more than baseball. This is beyond opportunity. This is beyond baseball.
Your home for the 2009 World Series is ESPN Radio.
Now the Yankees, last half of the second inning, no score in the game, and Alex Rodriguez will lead off. A-Rod, who was shut down in the first 2 games of this World Series here in New York, including by Pedro Martinez. He was 0 for 3 against Pedro with a couple of strikeouts in Game 2. But in Philadelphia, the last 3 games, that was another story. A-Rod drove in 6 runs in those 3 games down in Philly. So overall, although he's only 4 for 18, he's had a homer and 6 RBIs in the World Series, all down in Philly. So A-Rod stands in against Pedro Martinez. Right-hander against right-hander, and the pitch. Just a little bit inside, and that's ball 1. That didn't miss by much on the inside edge.
And those first calls on the first pitches are going to be important to both Andy Pettitte and Pedro, because it sets up what they want to do after they can get ahead.
He goes inside again and almost hits A-Rod with a fastball, and the count is 2-0. Hideki Matsui is on deck, and then Posada due up third. No score in the game. Alex Rodriguez, who has had a big-time postseason. He's driven in more runs in this postseason than any Yankee ever. The 2-0 pitch. And a slider a little bit off the outside. 3-0.
And there's no doubt that they do not want Alex Rodriguez to beat them, but the problem that the Phillies have is that Matsui behind him is swinging the bat well, whereas Ryan Howard behind Chase Utley is not swinging the bat well.
3-0 the count. You'll still have to be very careful with this pitch. Pedro looking at a long while at Ruiz, and then A-Rod asks for time for a moment. He's back in there. Pedro winds, delivers. Fastball. Too high. Ball 4. A 4-pitch walk for Alex Rodriguez to start the inning. And here comes Hideki Matsui.
After he got behind 2-0, he wasn't going to give him a pitch to hit. That last pitch was just, hey, if you want to swing at it, go ahead.
Our friend Ernesto Jerez, our friend and colleague, who broadcasts ESPN Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN Deportes during the regular season and is broadcasting this World Series on television for ESPN International, told us that he got the word from the Dominican, and he is himself from the Dominican Republic, about the interest level in this game down there tonight. Here's the pitch to Matsui. In there for a called strike. And it is 0-1. A fastball and really an off-speed fastball from Pedro.
A very dangerous pitch, John, especially with a runner on first. If he swings at it, it's going in the hole, even if it's down. But that low and in fastball is a dangerous pitch to Matsui. He got a low and in curveball and hit it out of the ballpark against Pedro in game 2.
Pedro never retired him in that game. A-Rod at first. Howard on the bag with him. The pitch. Swinging a shot deep down the right field line and foul. Wow, he hit a laser beam, but was out in front of it and hooked it 40 feet or so foul into the lower deck. And the count is 0-2. Ernesto Jerez said that down in the Dominican right now, you can't get a taxi in the big cities because all the taxi drivers have parked their cars and they're by the nearest television set, riveted to this ball game with Pedro Martinez, who is really a national icon in the Dominican or La República Dominicana. Here's the 0-2 pitch. High and tight with a fastball, and that bends him back away, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Alex Rodriguez has a Dominican heritage. He was born in this country, but his parents were from the Dominican Republic. And in fact, A-Rod in the World Baseball Classic this past March played for the Dominican team. Matsui from Japan. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pedro with a slide step, and he misses just off the outside with a fastball, and it's 2-2. Pedro used that real quick slide step and shocked A-Rod in an at-bat in game 2 and got a strikeout with him. Not able to do it here with Matsui. Matsui 5 hits at 9 at-bats in this World Series with 2 home runs, including 1 against Pedro. No score in the game here in the second. A-Rod at first. Pedro delivers. There's a swing and a hard ground ball. It is just foul. Past Ryan Howard at first base, and then just barely foul. First base umpire Jerry Davis, the crew chief of this umpiring crew, was right there, had the best look at it, and immediately gave it the foul ball signal. And it was foul by about a foot or so as it passed the bag. Another breaking ball, and Matsui was able to hit it sharply, but just foul. And a conference at the mound, another mound meeting. There have been a lot of them in this World Series, as Ruiz out to speak to Pedro Martinez and Joe West out to hurry them along.
Well, Pedro would like to throw a fastball in under the hands, but I don't know if he feels like his fastball is good enough to get there, because his velocity has not been any higher tonight than it was in game 2.
Well, Pedro went into the stretch before Matsui was even ready at the plate, and Matsui immediately asked for timeout, and he backed away. The middle infielders, Rollins at short, Utley at second, both pulled in double play depth. Pedro with a high sack, holding. Now a throw to first, diving back to the bag is Alex Rodriguez. No score in the game. Last of the second inning here in game 6. The New York Yankees tried to win their first World Series in 9 years. The last time they won it was 2000 against the New York Mets in the Subway Series. They lost in a game 7 in 01. They lost in a game 6 in 03. Pedro Martinez on top, holding a long while. Now the pitch. And a cut fastball just off the inside. And it's a full count, 3-2.
And an excellent take there by Matsui. That ball started on the inside corner, and it just moved off the inside corner, and he was able to check his swing.
What about A-Rod here? Is he going?
And that's a tough question.
Here's the stretch. Nobody out. There's a throw to first, and A-Rod dives safely back to the bag.
From his position there, I would say yes.
Just analyzing the lead he was getting.
Yeah, I would say yes.
3-2 the count to Matsui. This will be the 7th pitch of this plate appearance for Matsui that he will have seen. Pedro ready. Holding. Now the kick. There goes A-Rod. The pitch is swung on. There's a high foul off the right field line. A soaring, majestic foul that is well back into the second deck and very much foul. 3-2 the count. So A-Rod had to turn around and go back to first. Phillies, no runs, 1 hit. The Yankees, no runs, no hits. A-Rod, their first base runner. Pedro working very deliberately here. This will be his 8th pitch to Matsui. A-Rod was running just a moment ago. Pedro sets. Rodriguez is running. The pitch is swung on. There's a high drive deep down the right field line. If it's fair, it's gone. It's hooking. It is a home run. A 2-run homer for Matsui-san. And the Yankees have a 2-0 lead. And Matsui has his 3rd home run in only 10 at-bats in this World Series.
And watching Pedro pitch to Matsui, I was figuring he didn't have a pitch to get him out with, because his fastball is not good enough to come inside. He's not biting on the cut fastball inside, and he ends up throwing a pitch right in the middle of the plate, and Matsui doesn't miss it.
That ball was right down the right field line and back into the second deck. Just barely fair. Here is Posada. So the Yankees have scored first here in Game 6. Posada swings and misses at a low fastball, and it is strike 1. The catcher on that pitch to Matsui, Ruiz, gave a target on the outside part of the plate, and Pedro missed his spot right down the middle. 0-1 pitch, and a cutter low and inside for a ball. Matsui, a great veteran, the home run hitter in Japan at the time that he signed with the Yankees with the Tokyo Giants. He hit 50 home runs in his last year with the Giants. Now he has put on a show when he's been given a chance in this World Series. His time is taken by Posada just as Pedro kicked to start throwing that pitch.
Well, what happened was Posada's bat clipped Ruiz on his way back to get in set position.
Now the pitch, and a curve is bounced foul back behind the plate, and it's a ball and 2 strikes to Jorge Posada. Posada 5 hits in 16 at-bats in the World Series. Well, Matsui has hit 2 home runs against Pedro in this World Series. He also hit a pinch hit opposite field homer in Philly. Now a swing and a foul back to the screen. That was a low changeup that ended up out over the middle of the plate. Posada, well out on the front foot, was able to get a piece of it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Yankees 2, Phillies nothing here in the second. Now the 1-2 pitch. And another changeup. That is low. That was the 6th home run hit by the Yankees in the World Series. And Matsui, although he's only had 10 at-bats, has half of them. He's now 6 for 10 in the World Series. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Chased a high slider and didn't get it. And that is the first out of the second inning. The World Series on ESPN Radio is presented by AutoZone. Do you have an emergency kit in your car for this winter? Things like an ice scraper, de-icer, jump starter, extra gloves. AutoZone can help you be prepared with everything you need. Now Robinson Cano to the plate for the Yankees. A leadoff walk to Alex Rodriguez, and then Matsui launches a home run. Now a swing and a line drive right to the second baseman, Chase Utley, who reaches up and catches it just off the left shoulder. And Cano is gone on 1 pitch, hitting into some tough luck right there. And he is now 3 for 19 in the series. So 2 down, nobody on. And here is Nick Swisher. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan. The Yankees trying to win the World Series here tonight. And they have scored first. They lead 2-0 back of Andy Pettitte. Nick Swisher is the hitter. Switch hitter batting left-handed. Takes a slider in there for a called strike. 2-0 New York in the second inning.
Well, the problem is I don't see a better fastball tonight from Pedro than he had in game 2.
Maybe not even as good.
Right.
Now the pitch, a backdoor slider. That misses off the outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. And that was the 21st pitch of the inning thrown by Pedro Martinez. 2 runs in, 2 down, bases empty. 1-1 pitch. Changeup in at the knees for a called strike. Swisher did not play in game 2. His slump in the postseason had gotten so bad that Joe Girardi gave him a night off, sort of a mental health night. He's swinging the bat much better now, and Girardi said it was an easy decision to put him in there. 1-2 pitch. Fastball high and tight at 88 miles an hour, and the count is 2-2. That's one of his best fastballs right there.
Well, he had Matsui set up to throw the fastball in, but he just didn't feel like he had a good enough fastball, and he tried to go away, and he still missed his spot.
Now the windup, the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a high pop fly down the left field line. Racing out is Rollins, in and to his right, the left fielder Francisco. Right next to the foul line, Francisco makes the grab to retire Swisher, and the inning is over. But the Yankees get 2 runs. 1 hit, the Matsui big fly. And we head to the third inning. Francisco, Ruiz, and Rollins coming up against Pettitte. Yankees 2, Phillies 0. The World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone, continues after these words from our local stations.
The Scott Van Pelt Show.
ESPN Radio.
The thing about hitting coaches is that they're largely anonymous. People aren't angling for a Mickey Hatcher interview when the Angels come to town. Mark McGwire's philosophy was see the ball, hit the ball. I was stunned that a guy who had been so exiled was willing to come back and pull the scab off this, understanding that he has to if he wants to come back.
I'm glad he did, though.
Fair enough.
Because I don't want to just disappear forever.
The Scott Van Pelt Show. Weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com. Colin Cowherd in the herd.
As I've grown, my interest in sports has ebbed and flowed to different sports. I used to be a huge boxing fan, but, you know, they didn't take care of me. They wouldn't give me good fights. You couldn't get it on television. It was too inconsistent, so I don't care about boxing. I'm not one of these guys that loves something forever. I used to love college basketball, but now the good players leave. It's a revolving door of guys who aren't good enough to play in the NBA. I just don't like it as much, although I'll watch it in March. The NBA I loved, then I hated for 10 years. I'm back to loving it. Baseball, was my #1 sport as a kid. I think it's poorly marketed. This postseason is a great example of how poorly run it is, although it's a great sport. So I'm not loyal to anything. I'm not loyal to grocery stores. I'm not loyal to anything but my kids. I'm not even loyal to friends. If friends were bad to me or treated me poorly, I wouldn't be loyal to them, nor should you. Love your parents, love your children, love your wife, like everything else.
The Herd. ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Mike and Jay-Z talk about the World Series environment at Yankee Stadium.
Obviously, you've played huge venues everywhere, all over the world, but here you are in Yankee Stadium, a Yankee fan. You go a little more into that, just what that meant to you.
I felt like a kid. Like the field is beautiful, man. I've never been that close to the field. Like walking around, and I jumped over the center field fence and the whole thing like I was catching a home run.
It's Mike in the morning on ESPN Radio. Miss a little, miss a lot.
Your home for the 2009 World Series is ESPN Radio.
The Philadelphia Phillies went into Game 5 in Philly on Monday night, staring into the abyss, trailing 3-1, knowing that with 1 loss their season was over. But in that game, they jumped ahead immediately. A 3-run first-inning homer by Utley put them ahead. They expanded that lead with 3 more runs in the third. A different story tonight as they once again staring at a long winter ahead. And the Yankees have jumped ahead of them 2-0 as we start the third. Ben Francisco, a right-handed hitter, looks at a called strike from Andy Pettitte. Francisco hitting 8th in the order. The pitch to him. Changeup outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. Carlos Ruiz, the catcher, is on deck, and then leadoff man Jimmy Rollins due up third. The outfield spread out straight away. for this right-handed hitter. The pitch, and it's low for a ball. Francisco in the World Series so far is 0 for 4. And in the regular season, Francisco hit 15 homers with 46 batted in a little over 400 at bats. He swings here, grounds one to third. A-Rod to his left, reaches out to get it, and throws him out at first. Francisco is gone. One down, and Carlos Ruiz. And so far, Andy Pettitte is looking pretty sharp.
Well, you have to credit the Phillies a little bit, John. That he was patient up till 2-1. He gets ahead. Now he throws him a sinker low, and he swings at it. You have to be patient with Pettitte, or you're going to continue to do that. I mean, he seems like he's throwing better, but he still doesn't have great command. He's missing with a lot of pitches.
So one down here is Carlos Ruiz. 2-0 Yankees in the third. Ruiz 4 for 16 so far in the World Series. Right-handed batter. And he takes a fastball up and away for ball one. 2 runs, 1 hit for the Yankees. No runs, 1 hit for the Phillies. Andy Pettitte with that familiar stare as he gets the sign from Posada. Now the pitch, and a curveball over the outside corner for a called strike, and it's 1-1. He says he's not sure exactly where that started, but he says it was a matter of focus. He's got the cap, the brim of the cap very low over his eyes, and then the glove up in front of his face, so there's really just a little narrow field of view between that brim of the cap and the glove, and all he sees is Posada. Now he delivers. A fastball is low, and the count is 2-1. And he said when he was younger, he knew that sometimes he'd be looking in at the sign, he'd see somebody in the stands, he'd see all kinds of stuff. So he did remember that it had something to do with just trying to limit his focus just on the catcher's signs and the catcher's target. Now a ball is down and in, and the count goes to 3-1.
Same pitch that Francisco swung at, it would have been 3-1. Like I say, he doesn't give in. He once he gets ahead in the count or he throws 1 strike, he tries to get you to chase.
Here's Pettitte's windup, the 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hammered deep into left center field. Racing back is Gardner. He looks up, and that ball is off the fence. The carom goes by him and out into center field. Ruiz to second. He's going to turn the corner. He's heading for third. The ball relayed to Jeter. He will hold it. It's a triple for Carlos Ruiz. Out near the 399 marker in deep left center field. Death Valley in this ballpark. An easy home run in Philadelphia or just about any other ballpark in the land. But that one about halfway up the wall to the right of the 399 marker, and it took a crazy hop and away from Gardner, who had to go chase it, enabling Ruiz to get that extra base.
And that's the patience I said they needed to have at the beginning of the ball game. He didn't swing at that 2-1 pitch, which was down. He would have hit a ground ball like Francisco did. So he waits 3-1. He gets a fastball in the middle of the plate, and he hammers it. And Francisco was ahead in the count, could have waited and got a better pitch also.
The infield, except for Teixeira at first, stays back as Jimmy Rollins comes up. Switch hitter, batting right-handed. He takes ball 1 too high. Rollins grounded to short his first time. A similar ground ball here would likely get the Phillies a run. They are trailing 2-0. Ruiz with his 5th hit of the World Series, including a homer, 2 doubles, and now a triple. Pettitte working from the stretch. Delivers. Curveball outside. 2-0 to Jimmy Rollins. By the way, Ruiz, who always hits 8th or 9th for the Phillies and has in this World Series hit down at the bottom of the order throughout, has now reached base in 15 consecutive postseason games this year. All of the Phillies postseason games. The longest streak of its kind by a catcher in one postseason. 2-0 pitch. There's a swing, and there's a shot into the gap in right center field. Over to his right, near the warning track, is Swisher. He makes the catch. Tagging is Ruiz. He'll come in to score on the sacrifice fly by Jimmy Rollins. And it is 2-1 Yankees.
And a good job there by Rollins. He laid off the first 2 pitches, got a pitch up, and he hit it hard, but he just hit it at the right fielder, but at least he got the run home. Again, you're going to have to be patient, or Andy Pettitte will control this game.
2-1 Yankees, and here is Shane Victorino, who beat out an infield hit his first time. Batting right-handed, he swings away and lifts a high fly ball to Swisher in right center, waiting for it, and he makes the grab just like that. Victorino is gone. 1 run for the Phillies in the 3rd inning. 1 hit, nobody left. Gardner, Jeter, Damon due up against Pedro. In the last of the 3rd, it's the Yankees 2, the Phillies 1. This is Game 6 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
A new Subway $5 footlong, so spectacular, any announcer can introduce it.
Thanks for the ringing endorsement. Introducing the newest $5 footlong, the taste-delicious Subway Buffalo Chicken, built from the freshly baked bread up. Spicy chicken, cool ranch. It's one hot sandwich topped with all the crisp veggies you love. Newest Subway $5 footlong, Buffalo Chicken, a limited time only. And
Subway, eat fresh.
Ah, come on, that's my line.
Plus applicable tax. Prices and participation may vary. Not valid in Alaska or Hawaii.
Hello Health helps you connect with your doctor in person and online. It's that simple.
Meet Dr. Jay Parkinson of a new kind of medical practice in Brooklyn, New York.
As the business grows, I'm going to need all the help I can get. But the great thing is I'll be able to issue Visa business cards to my employees and even set spending limits. So I can control who spends how much and know what they're spending it on.
Learn how Visa Business helps Dr. J control spending in ways checks can't. Visit visa.com/gobiz. More small businesses go forward with Visa.
ESPN Radio is your home for the 2009 World Series.
Now the Yankees into the last half of the 3rd with the 9th place hitter Brett Gardner to lead off. Leadoff man Derek Jeter and Johnny Damon to follow against Pedro Martinez. I'm John Miller along with Joe Morgan from Yankee Stadium. It's Game 6 of the 105th World Series. Yankees 2, Phillies 1. The Yankees leading the series 3-2, needing 1 victory to wrap it up. The Yankees have not done well in recent years, though, in possible series clinching games. Here's the pitch now to Gardner, and Pedro's sinking fastball is called a strike on the outside corner, and it is 0-1. Yankees had 2 chances to clinch the 2001 World Series against Arizona and lost both games. Gardner with a pop-up foul off to the left, back behind the Phillies dugout into the crowd. Strike 2. You remember they had those 2 dramatic comebacks. A 9th inning 2-run homer with 2 down in games 4 and 5, bringing them from a 2-run deficit both nights, and they ended up winning both of those games in extra innings. And had a 3-2 lead going back to Arizona, but Randy Johnson beat him in Game 6, and then the D-backs beat Mariano Rivera in the bottom of the 9th in Game 7 to win the World Series as a fastball is up and away to Gardner, and it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pedro Martinez into his windup. The right-hander throws. Swing and a miss. A high fastball struck him out.
And that's what he's going to have to do, John. He's going to have to, it seems to me that maybe he's trying to pace himself so he can go deep in his game. I don't think he can do that. He's going to have to reach back every time he throws his fastball and get a little extra on it. He can't beat these guys with an 84, 85 mile an hour fastball.
Pedro was serenading the assembled media yesterday and the day before in advance of this start with stories about his poverty-stricken youth in the Dominican. Here's the pitch to Derek Jeter, and a fastball is just inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Jeter lined out to left center his first time. He's 0 for 1. Said he was just a kid not so many years ago sitting beneath a mango tree who didn't have 50 cents to get a ride into town. Jeter swings at a high fastball and fouls it back to the screen, and it's a ball and a strike. And apparently he promised his mother, Leopoldina, that after this World Series that he would retire, although he said, now if I win Game 6, I may have to sit down and have another chat with good old mom. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Jeter drives one into center field. Starting back is Victorino. Now he comes in, tries to make a basket catch, and he trapped it. That's a base hit for Jeter. A ball misjudged by Victorino out there in center field. And then clearly the ball did just short hop right into his glove as he tried to make the basket catch just above the grass, but the ball bounced just in front of the glove. It's a hit for Jeter.
Well, he started racing back to the wall like he thought the ball was going to be hit near the warning track, and then he had to reverse his field and try to get back in, and he couldn't do so.
So a break for the Yankees. And the big hitters are coming up. Here's Johnny Damon, who struck out his first time. Left-handed hitter, Teixeira on deck. Jeter away from first. Pedro from the stretch. Throws to first, and Jeter is back to the bag.
Well, this inning, Pedro has turned the dial up a little bit on his fastball, and I think it's because he's throwing it as hard as he can when he lets it go. And he's going to have to do that in order to keep these hitters off balance. You can't keep them off balance with an 85-mile-an-hour fastball.
2-1, the Yankees lead. Pedro, the high set, holding. Now he steps off the slab and bluffs Jeter back to first. One out, Jeter at first. The Yankees got 2 runs in the second on the Matsui home run. A soaring drive down the right field line, just barely fair, that landed in the second deck. The Phillies got a run back in the third, a triple by Ruiz, and a sacrifice fly by Rollins. Pedro again with the long set. Now the pitch. And a curveball misses low. 1 ball and no strikes.
And the one thing the Phillies can't do, and they are a very, very good defensive team, they can't make mistakes that give the Yankees extra outs. You know, Pedro should be pitching with no one on base and 2 outs. Instead, he's in trouble again.
And that last pitch, I said curveball. I think it was really a changeup. Here's Pedro on top. The right-hander holding again for a long while. Now the pitch out of a slide step. And a fastball is off the outside. It is 2-0, so he's behind Damon with Jeter at first. Jeter, remember, you got to keep a close eye on him. Jeter, although he's 35 years old, still runs well, and he had 30 stolen bases in the regular season. Was only thrown out 5 times, attempting to steal. 2-1, the Yankees lead, last of the third. Howard on the bag with Jeter at first. Pedro Martinez from the slide step delivers, and a slow bouncer hit foul off to the right, past the Yankees dugout and off the screen in front of the camera position. And the count is 2-1. 314 feet to the right field foul pole at the new Yankee Stadium. 318 feet to the left field corner. It is 399 to deep left center. And 385 to deep right center, although that sign is way out there in right center. Much shallower into the real right center as Damon pops it up foul, and that'll go back out of play. And the count now is 2 balls and 2 strikes to Damon. 89-mile-an-hour fastball there from Pedro Martinez. 408 feet to straightaway center at the new Yankee Stadium. They basically have the same dimensions, although there are some notable differences apparently out there in straightaway right and right center fields. It's a little bit shallower apparently. A little bit of a breeze, and what there is of it right now is blowing out toward right field. 2-2 to Damon. Jeter at first, 1 out, and a throw to first, a low throw. He almost threw it away. Howard stepped to his right as Jeter jumped back to the bag, and Howard had to pull that one from to his right just as it was about to hit the dirt. 2-2 the count to Johnny Damon, and a new ball is sent to Pedro Martinez. Rollins at shortstop, Utley at second base, both several feet in from the outfield grass, and the shortstop Rollins is also pulled over toward the middle. 2-1 Yankees, and the 2-2 pitch to Johnny Damon. Pedro still holding, now throws, and a slider is ripped foul into the seats down the right field line. 2-2 the count. Pedro retired the Yankees in order in the first inning, but then immediately was out of the stretch in the second inning when he walked Alex Rodriguez leading off the inning, and then Matsui hit a home run. Now with 1 out here in the third, after appearing to get Jeter out, the ball was misjudged in center field by Victorino, and he trapped it, so Jeter got a single. Jeter away from first. Pedro Martinez to the plate. A check swing at a high fastball. An appeal to the third base umpire, Brian Gorman, denied. And it's a full count, 3-2. Pedro tried to put him away with that high, hard one. Damon started and then got a read on that pitch, and he held the bat back. All right, Jeter's running. What do you think?
Oh, there's no doubt. Now he's running.
3-2 the count with 1 out. Teixeira on deck. The crowd on its feet now at Yankee Stadium. Here's Pedro Martinez. Set. Holding. And Jeter's not running. The ball is low and outside. Ball 4.
Well, he quick pitched him, which didn't allow Jeter to get a jump. Smart pitch, but in doing so, he threw it out of the strike zone.
And the Phillies are going to call the bullpen immediately. Rich Doobie, the pitching coach, on the phone to the visiting bullpen, which is back behind the 399-foot marker in left center. And a conference is going on at the mound now. Ruiz, the catcher, had gone out. All of the infielders remain out there with Pedro. Howard, Utley, Rollins, and Phillies. And in the Phillies bullpen, the left-hander Jay Happ is going to start throwing. We'll pause here briefly for station identification. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio presented by AutoZone. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan from Yankee Stadium. The Yankees leading Game 6 2-1 with 2 men on. The slugger Mark Teixeira at the plate, batting left-handed. Pedro Martinez to the plate, and he hit him. He got him in the right leg, down right around the right calf, I believe. And now the bases are loaded for Alex Rodriguez.
And this is exactly what you did not want if you were Pedro, to have to pitch to Alex with no place to put him.
So that ball actually got Teixeira just above the back of the right knee, right around the hamstring on the right leg. And now Rich Doobie, the pitching coach, is out to the mound to talk to Pedro Martinez, who is in all kinds of trouble now. Alex Rodriguez, who's had 6 RBIs in the last 3 games at the plate. Matsui, who really, the Yankees have just hardly been able to get him out in the little he's played in this World, or the Phillies have hardly been able to get him out a little bit he's played in this World Series. On deck. And Doobie's still out there at the mound, and now Joe West, the plate umpire, goes out to ask him to break it up.
Well, I don't think they're going to let Pedro face Matsui again in any case, unless A-Rod hits into a double play. If Happ has time to get loose out there.
So this World Series could be at a turning point right now. The Yankees are the chance to put together a big inning here in the third, already leading 2-1. Alex Rodriguez walked his first time and scored a run. 6 RBIs in the last 3 games. The middle infield, double play depth. Everybody is backed up in the Phillies infield. Here's the pitch to the right-handed batter. Swing and a miss. Little cutter on the outside, and the count is 0-1.
Well, Alex has been looking for the fastball in, and he kind of pulled off there. That's how he hit the fastball off Lidge. He looked for the fastball in and kind of pulled it. He was looking for another fastball in from Pedro, and Pedro threw him the slider away.
He drove in the winning run in Game 4 in the 9th inning against Lidge on Sunday. The pitch, changeup outside. It bounces into the catcher Ruiz, who had to grab it on a hop, jumping to his right to get in front of it. And the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. A new ball is put in play. The Yankees have Jeter at third. This all started on a misjudged line drive to center. Victorino got a bad read on it. Started back, and then when he came in, he trapped it. Then a walk to Damon. Teixeira has been hit by a pitch. 1 out, 3 on. The pitch, swing and a miss. Another cutter on the outside. That was up. And A-Rod chased it and missed it. Strike 2.
Well, it's very simple. He is still looking for the pitch inside because those pitchers are away from him, and he's opening up on the inside.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Matsui lurking on deck. Now Pedro Martinez getting a sign from Ruiz. Still looking, and finally Timeout asked for by A-Rod. He backs away, and Ruiz will go to the mound.
Well, this is one of those situations where if he had a good fastball, this would be a fastball in. But I don't know if he wants to throw that pitch in, or if he has enough confidence in it that he can get it in on A-Rod. He's had some success throwing that slider away, so that might be his game plan.
Ruiz back behind the plate again. Pedro Martinez ahead of the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes to Alex Rodriguez. Here's the stretch. Here's the pitch. Strike 3 called on the outside, and A-Rod with his hands on his hips arguing with Joe West, and then West takes off his mask and barks right back at A-Rod.
It looked like a perfect pitch, John. I mean, he's stayed away, and he hits the outside corner a couple of times, and then he gets A-Rod looking.
A-Rod thought that ball was off the outside corner, but was framed beautifully by Ruiz. A-Rod had already swung at a couple of pitches out there. So, 2 men down, and here is Matsui with the bases loaded. Matsui has not been retired by Pedro in this World Series. 2 home runs against him in 4 plate appearances. The pitch, a swing and a pop-up foul, and that will reach back and out of play behind the plate. Strike 1. Started him with a low slider in the count. 0-1 to Matsui. 6 hits in 10 at-bats in this World Series, including 3 home runs. And 2 of those home runs have been against Pedro. 0-1 the count. Jeter at third, Damon at second, Teixeira at first, 2 down. The game itself, maybe the whole World Series, riding on each pitch right now. There's a shot down the right field line. It's just foul. Headed for the right field corner. It went right over the head of Dana DeMuth, the right field line umpire. He turned around to get a good look at it and immediately signaled foul ball. Man, that ball was clobbered, but it was hooking, and it ended up 5 or 6 feet foul in the right field corner.
Well, I mean, Ruiz is out to talk to Pedro again, because you have to go, when you go inside, you have to go in hard. You can't go halfway. And that ball did not get inside. I mean, the other choice you have is to go away, but if you go away, you have to make sure you get that pitch down.
Rollins, Howard, and Ruiz all out there with Pedro, and Joe West started to head out there again to break it up. It's apparent that the umpires are going to try and speed up all of these mound conferences. It is 0-2. Everybody back to their respective positions now. And Hideki Matsui, Godzilla was his nickname in Japan, Gojira. And he was the big home run hitter. And in what could be his final days as a Yankee. His contract ends after this World Series. He is trying to carry the Yankees on his shoulders. He hit a 2-run homer in the second. 0-2 the count. Bases loaded, 2 down. The pitch. Swing and line drive in the center field, base hit. Jeter is in to score. Coming around third is Damon. Here comes the throw home, cut off by Howard. A 2-run single for Matsui, and in fact, he has driven in all 4 of the Yankee runs here in Game 6, and the Yankees lead 4-1. Well, that was a fastball up on the outside, and he just went out and got it.
Well, it was supposed to be a fastball up and on the inside, and he missed with it. And he just reaches out on the ball away. So that's why you have to make sure you get the ball down when you get it away, and not a good pitch from Pedro on an 0-2 count.
So Matsui, all of a sudden, is playing like a World Series MVP. Here is Posada. He swings and misses on a slow curveball, and it is 0-1. 4-1. The Yankees are leading here in the 3rd inning. With 1 out, Jeter hit that sinking liner to center that Victorino thought was going to go deep. He started back on it, then belatedly came in and trapped it. What should have been the 2nd out ended up being a rally starter. And there's a ball too low. 1 ball and 1 strike to Posada. Posada struck out his first time. 2 runs are in for the Yankees. A chance to get more. Teixeira at second. There's a swing and a fly ball to left. Backing up is Francisco. Now he squares up, moves to his right a bit, and makes the catch. A 2-out, bases loaded single by Matsui-san. And the Yankees are heading to the 4th inning with a 4-1 lead over the Phillies. This is Game 6 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
The National Association of Realtors wants you to know that homeownership is an investment in your future. If you're in the position to buy a home, you're in a position of strength. Mortgages are available and affordability has improved. Even better, 8 out of 10 economists agree that home prices will rise in the next 5 years. To learn more about your local market, talk to a realtor and visit housingmarketfacts.com. Every market's different. Call a realtor today. Figure based on the Keller Center for Research at Baylor University 2008. Only realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Markets do vary.
It's quite a proposition when you think about it. You contact Geico and you could save hundreds on your car insurance. 15 minutes, simple as that. Something they've been doing for over 70 years. You want car insurance and you want extra money in your wallet, done and done. Now, not only do you have some nice car insurance, you've got plenty of money to spend on some tasty biscuits. Or flowers for your mum. Or whatever it is you fancy.
For a free rate quote, visit geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
I'm about to utter the 3 most terrifying letters in the English language. I-R-S. If you have tax problems, you might know firsthand how scary the IRS is. The IRS can garnish your wages, drain your bank account, and seize your retirement funds. They can ruin you financially. But don't give up hope.
Hi, I'm Ronnie Deutsch. As the nation's largest tax resolution law firm, we've seen it all and we're here to help.
Over the years, Ronnie Deutsch's law firm, Ronnie Lynn Deutsch, a professional tax corporation, has saved taxpayers millions of dollars. In fact, although results are not typical, some clients have paid next to nothing to the IRS. That's right. If you qualify, you could pay next to nothing to the IRS. Qualification based on individual circumstances. Not available in New York. If you owe the IRS, call Ronnie Deutsch's law firm for your free and confidential tax analysis and a free tax guide. Call 1-800-254-9907. That's 1-800-254-9907. 1-800-254-9907.
Your home for the 2009 World Series is ESPN Radio.
Now the Phillies into the 4th inning, but they are trailing here in Game 6. 4-1. It is Game 6 of this World Series, and the Yankees are leading 3 games to 2. They need 1 more win to win their 27th World Series. The Phillies, who are trying to win for the 2nd straight year, find themselves in a very precarious spot now. 4-1. They are trailing in a must-win game. And for the Yankees, Johnny Damon, who was not moving that quickly, even though he scored the 2nd run on that base hit by Matsui in the 3rd inning, has been replaced in left field. So apparently Damon hurt himself. And Jerry Hairston Jr. is now in left field for the Yankees. 2nd Yankee outfielder who's gone down with an injury here in the last few days. Here's Chase Utley leading off against Pettit, and a fastball is inside, down around the knees for ball 1. Utley grounded into an inning-ending double play in the 1st.
You know, Joe Torre has always said that Hideki Matsui gives them the best at bat with runners in scoring position on a consistent basis, and that's definitely what he has done so far in this World Series.
The 1-0 pitch to Utley, and a fastball to the outside corner for a called strike, and Utley seems to be saying something to plate umpire Joe West about that call. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, Matsui is now 7 for 11 in this World Series, with 3 home runs and 6 runs batted in. And Utley takes a called strike on the outside again. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Remarkable performance by Matsui. He wasn't even in the lineup for any of the 3 games in Philadelphia. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Pettit. Low one outside with the slider or the cutter, and the count is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ryan Howard is on deck. The big power hitters coming up all in a row here for the Phillies. Utley with 31 home runs this year. Howard 45, Worth 36, Ibanez 34. And those are the next 4 hitters lined up in a row here. But they are trailing 4-1. Pettit's windup, the 2-2 pitch. Inside and pulled foul on the ground. Past first base coach Davey Lopes. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
But if you're the Phillies, like the Yankees, they have enough power in the lineup to come from behind. A 3-run deficit is nothing for either one of these teams because of the power they have throughout their lineup.
Pettit winds, a 2-2 pitch. Utley swings and bounces this one foul off to the right. A bouncer that hops over the railing and into the camera well beyond the Yankees dugout on the first base side. 2-2 the count. Moving the ball in and out here against Utley. That one was another cutter to the outside. Yankee infield plays in to pull the ball. Jeter, the shortstop, pulled over toward the middle. Cano, the second baseman, well over toward the first base line. The outfield, though, pretty much straight away. Pettit winds, 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a slider down and away. The first strikeout of the game for Andy Pettit.
Well, they've tried to get the ball down a lot of times and away from Utley, even with the fastballs, but they've left them in the middle of the plate. And Pettit has pitched him perfectly. He's thrown the fastball under the hands and then gone away, down and away with the slider.
So now Ryan Howard grounded out to first his first time. 3 hits in 20 at-bats for the Phillies home run and RBI leader. Lefty versus lefty. Pettit kicks, throws. A swing and a foul off the left field line for strike 1. That one well back into the crowd. 1 strike to Ryan Howard. Howard in the Division Series and League Championship Series combined hit .355 and had 14 runs batted in those 2 series. Now he swings it. It's a looping liner caught by Robinson Cano at second base at the edge of the outfield grass, and that is out number 2. And he did not hit that one particularly hard. A little cutter down and away. So 2 men gone, and Jason Worth will come up. But in this World Series, Howard is now hitting .143 with only 1 RBI. That's a big bat for the Phillies. Their biggest RBI bat year in and year out that's been missing in the World Series. Jason Worth now, right-handed batter, and a changeup for a strike, and it's 0-1. Worth walked his first time. Yankees 4, Phillies 1 here in the 4th inning. 4 runs, 3 hits for the Yankees, 1 run, 2 hits for the Phillies. 0-1 pitch. Fastball a little bit high and inside for a ball. The word from the Yankee clubhouse about Johnny Damon is that he pulled a right calf. Usually they don't use something that strong when they talk about that. They use a word like strained or whatever. A pull is fairly serious. 1-1 pitch, and Pettit is low with a fastball. And it's 2-1. Melky Cabrera strained a hamstring the other night in Philadelphia running to first base. He's off the roster for the rest of the World Series. Replaced by Ramiro Pena. 2-1 pitch and a cutter inside for a ball. So the count goes to 3-1 to Jason Worth with Raul Ibanez on deck. Pena replaced him on the roster. Gardner replaced Cabrera in the lineup. 3-1 the count. Now Worth asks for timeout and he backs away. Now in the press box they just made an announcement. They're calling it a calf strain. Damon did run rather slowly coming home. They still did not make a play on him, but he did not go back out to left field. It is Jerry Hairston in left field now. 3-1 pitch. Fastball down and away, ball 4. And he walks Worth for the 2nd time in a row. So looking at your scorebook, you'd say, wow, he's pitching to all the big lefty sluggers. And the right-handed slugger, he's pitching around. Worth is the guy who hit 2 home runs against Pettit in Game 3 in Philadelphia last Saturday. Now Raul Ibanez, left-handed hitter, flied out to shallow right his first time. Lefty versus lefty. Pettit from the set. And a fastball is low and outside. 1 ball to no strikes. Teixeira on the bag at first with Worth. Second baseman Cano is playing Ibanez to pull the ball. Shaded well over toward the first base side on the edge of the outfield grass. And Jeter well over toward the middle at shortstop. 4-1. The Yankees lead in the 4th inning. 2 down. Pettit with the high set. Kicks, throws. Fastball just below the knees. That was right down the middle of the plate, but a little bit too low, apparently. 2-0. Pedro Feliz is on deck. Andy Pettit into his stretch. He's ready. He throws. Swing and a foul. Well, it's a swing and a miss. I beg your pardon. No foul at all. The ball got away from Posada and goes back to the backstop. And Worth moves over to second. And he's in there on what is going to be called a pass ball. A cutter away, and it was just a swing and a miss. I spoke too soon about the foul ball. He missed it entirely, and so did Posada. So now Worth in scoring position on the pass ball. And Ibanez to try to get him home with a count of 2 balls and 1 strike. Feliz on deck. 2 down here in the 4th. Now Pettit is ready. The left-hander throws. Low and outside with a slider, and it's 3-1. The Yankees got their first 2 runs in the 2nd inning on the Matsui homer. The Phillies responded with 1 in the 3rd. And the Yankees got 2 more in the last of the 3rd on a Matsui base hit. Now the Phillies trying to respond again. 4-1 Yankees in the 4th inning. Here's Pettit. Delivers. And a check swing. The ball is too high. And he walked him. An appeal belatedly made by catcher Posada to the 3rd base umpire Gorman, who rules against him. So 2 men on with the Phillies. 2 2-out walks in a row, and the right-handed hitter Pedro Feliz will come up.
And we're back to the patience factor. If Pedro Feliz is patient, he will get a pitch to hit, but if he goes out of the zone, he will be playing right into the hands of Andy Pettit, who does not want to throw you a strike unless you force him to.
Feliz had the count in his favor, then got jammed and fouled out to the catcher to end the 2nd inning. And he looks at ball 1. Curveball missing. 1 ball and no strikes. Feliz is the possible tying run. He hit a home run that tied up Game 4 very dramatically in the 8th inning Sunday night. Pettit to the plate. Another curveball, and that is too high. 2-0. Chad Godin has removed his warm-up jacket in the Yankee bullpen. There's a stirring around out there. He has not yet started to throw. 2 men on, 2 men out. 4-1 Yankees. The pitch. Right on the outside corner for a called strike. Just did ease it over the outside edge at 90 miles an hour. 2-1 the count. Francisco would be next. Phillies in a hole, trailing 4-1 here in Game 6, trailing the World Series 3-2. 2-1 pitch. Feliz takes a fastball at the knees. Strike 2 call. Now, was he too patient there, Joe, or was that a pitcher's pitch?
He got a pitch right down the middle of the plate. I don't know what he was looking for. There, he got the one he was waiting for, and he didn't swing. Couldn't pull the trigger.
Time taken. Phillies backs away for a moment. Looked like he may have had something in his eye. Worth at second. Ibanez at first. 2 down. Andy Pettit with a 2-2 pitch. Just off the outside. The little backdoor cutter, and the count is full at 3-2.
And that's showing some patience there by Phillies, because a lot of times with 2 strikes, after you've taken 2 strikes, you'll go and swing at that pitch, even though it's off the plate outside.
The high-stress inning for Pettit. He is about to throw his 25th pitch of the inning. 3-2 with 2 down. There go the runners. The pitch. Swing and a ground ball right to A-Rod at third. He's got it. The throw to first in time, and the inning is over. A little cutter down, and Phillies hit it right to A-Rod. The Phillies leave 2 men on. We go to the last of the 4th inning. Cano will be coming up. It's the Yankees 4, the Phillies 1. And this is Game 6 of the 2009 World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
This is football champion Michael Strahan. With my busy schedule, I've found quick and easy ways to keep myself healthy. I've learned how to get a full body workout in just 15 minutes and stronger, more resilient skin in less than 15 seconds with Vaseline Men Fast Absorbing Lotion. Log on to StrongerSkin.com to see how I stay healthy and in shape no matter where I am. And enter for a chance to win a trip to Los Angeles for a private session with the personal trainer to the pros, as well as weekly prizes.
No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. See www.strongerskin.com for rules.
Well, I was shopping for a new car. Which one's me? A cool convertible or an SUV? Too bad I didn't know my credit was whack, cause now I'm driving off the lot in a used subcompact. F-R-E-E, that spells free. CreditReport.com, baby. Saw their ads on my TV. Thought about going but was too lazy. Now instead of looking fly and rolling fat, my legs are sticking to the vinyl and my posse's getting laughed at. F-R-E-E, that spells free. CreditReport.com, baby.
Offer applies with enrollment and triple advantage.
When was the last time someone offered you a second chance to save thousands of dollars? Maybe never. Until now. If you owe the IRS or state at least $15,000, American Tax Relief is offering you a second chance to eliminate up to 85% of your delinquent taxes. Thousands of honest, hardworking Americans just like you have turned to American Tax Relief for the help they need. Look, your tax problem isn't going to go away. As a matter of fact, it's only going to get worse unless you get help. With American Tax Relief, you now have qualified help in dealing with the IRS. This is the second chance you never had before to save up to 85% on the taxes you owe. Get the second chance you deserve and save up to 85% on your delinquent taxes. Call American Tax Relief for a free consultation to see how much money they can save you. 1-800-315-1780. Call right now for your second chance. 1-800-315-1780. That's 1-800-315-1780.
Your home for the 2009 World Series is ESPN Radio.
The Yankees lead here in Game 6, 4-1 over the Phillies as we go to the Yankees half of the 4th inning from Yankee Stadium. I'm John Miller along with my Hall of Fame partner Joe Morgan. And Joe, between innings, Andy Pettit and Joe West got into it a little bit. The Yankee pitcher and the plate umpire. And the discussion got rather heated before Joe Girardi came over and moved Pettit back to the dugout.
Well, Pettit was adamant about the pitches that were called low. He thought they were high enough to be called strikes.
Here's Robinson Cano leading off against Pedro Martinez, who throws him a changeup for a called strike on the outside. Cano lined out to second his first time, hit the ball very hard, but right to Utley. Nick Swisher is on deck. Brett Gardner due up third in the inning. The Phillies bullpen is already busy. Now the pitch. And another changeup. I say changeup, like a two-seam fastball. He's only thrown at 82 miles an hour. Called the ball. Chad Durbin, a right-hander, is up in the Phillies bullpen now. Jay Happ had gotten up during the 3rd inning. 4-1 Yankees. The pitch. Swinging a hard ground ball. Just foul. Past first. Just foul. And down the right field line it goes. A ball and 2 strikes. And a lot of pitches thrown in this game already. Pettit threw 25 in the 4th inning. 62 for the game. Pedro has thrown 65 pitches already. 4-1, the Yankees on top. Now the windup, the 1-2 pitch. Change up, lifted, foul off the left field line, and that is back out of play. And Pettit wanted some real borderline pitches, Joe.
Well, I thought most of them were balls, but they're, one or two were borderline, but I thought they were mostly balls.
1-2 pitch, a swing, and there's a drive into left field. Going back is Francisco, still going back onto the warning track, reaches up and makes the catch just in front of the auxiliary scoreboard out there. And there is one away. Cano hit that ball pretty hard to the opposite field.
That's one of the things Joe Girardi was saying about Cano. He hasn't gotten a lot of hits, but he's hit the ball sharply a few times. He lined out his first time up in this ball game, and then he hit that ball very hard to left field. So he's swinging the bat much better. He just doesn't have a lot to show for it.
He has only 3 hits in 20 at-bats so far in this World Series. No home runs, 1 RBI. This is for a guy who hit .320 in the regular season with 25 homers and 48 doubles. Now Nick Swisher, switch hitter, batting left-handed. And he takes a changeup in there for a called strike. Swisher hit a fly ball to shallow left his first time to end the second inning. Pedro quickly right back to him. Another changeup, swung on and missed. Strike 2. That one ended up down around the shoe tops. As that one got toward the plate, it's almost like it didn't have enough steam behind it to keep on going, and dipped precipitously. 0-2 the count. 4-1, the Yankees lead here in the last of the 4th. 1 out, nobody on. Pedro Martinez to the plate. Swing and a foul back to the screen after a couple of changeups. Threw him a high fastball, but at only 87 miles an hour. 0-2 the count. Pedro Martinez winds, delivers. Another high fastball. This one is taken for a ball. 1 ball and 2 strikes. If there is a Game 7, it will be same place, same time tomorrow, weather permitting, and a 7 o'clock Eastern Time broadcast on ESPN Radio. 7:57 first pitch. Martinez throws. Change up, and that is low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swisher took one changeup for a strike and then swung at a changeup for strike 2 at the beginning of the at-bat. But this is typical of Swisher, who drew 97 walks in the regular season. He'll make you throw some pitches. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Backdoor slider, and that is off the corner, and it misses for a ball. It's 3-2. That one didn't have enough. I think it was really a curveball speed, but it didn't have much curve to it. So the 38-year-old Pedro Martinez has been up against it so far tonight. Here's the windup. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with a high fastball. 90 miles an hour, and he put him away after all, but it came at quite a cost, as he had him at an 0-2 hole, and then had to throw several more pitches before he finally got it.
Well, that's the fastball he's needed for Matsui with 2 strikes to be able to throw that 90-mile-an-hour fastball, and especially if he could throw it middle of the plate in, he would have been okay, but he didn't trust himself to do it against Matsui, and both times just cost him.
2 down. Here is Brett Gardner. Gardner 0 for 7 in the World Series. Struck out his first time tonight. Left-handed batter. Swings and bloops one foul off to the left and back out of play. A first pitch changeup from Pedro. And Gardner way out on the front foot. Hit it right off the end of the bat. 0-1 the count. Gardner tested the bat. He hit the barrel of the bat on the home plate to make sure it all still felt like it was in one solid piece. Crowds the plate. The pitch to him. Change up low for a ball. 1 ball and 1 strike to Gardner. 2 down, nobody on here in the 4th inning. Yankees lead the Phillies 4-1 in the last of the 4th. Derek Jeter on deck would be next. Martinez just started to rock back in his delivery as timeout was granted at home plate by Joe West at the request of Gardner. Now he's back in there. Pedro throws. Swinging a line drive. Caught at second by Utley with a leap. Man, that ball was blistered right at Utley, and he jumped and caught it to retire Gardner, and the Yankees go down in order. We head to the 5th inning. Francisco, Ruiz, and then leadoff man Rollins coming up against Pettit. Yankees 4, Phillies 1. Game 6 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone, continues after these words from our local stations.
Quarterback change, the topic of conversation as Ron Jaworski joins Mike and Mike in the morning.
What do you expect from Vince Young the rest of the way? What does he need to do to sort of salvage an NFL career that, frankly, did begin with some promise?
Well, it began with promise because his defense was playing very well, and his record as a starter, 18-11, so he's finding a way to win games. Now he's going to have to personally carry the football team. Their defense has not played well. Their offense has been erratic, so really the burden will fall on Vince Young to carry the football team. Being away for now, quite a few starts. I think it's going to be very difficult on Vince Young. I'm actually very surprised Jeff Fisher made this move.
Well, and we think it was pushed on a little bit by the owner, Bud Adams, publicly telling a newspaper that he wanted to see Vince Young. I don't think it left Jeff Fisher a whole lot of choice.
I agree with you, Mike, and that's where the problems begin. When the owner starts telling you who to play, boy, it can only go south from there.
Amen to that.
Mike and Mike in the morning. ESPN Radio.
Miss a little.
Miss a lot.
It's an ESPN Radio Sports Center in-game.
Brought to you by the National Association of Realtors. I'm Mark Kestisher. The NBA's last 3 unbeatens all in action tonight. Phoenix has been defeated tonight for the first time. The Magic a 122-100 win over the Suns. Dwight Howard with 25 points. Unbeaten Boston trailing in Minnesota 62-56. They're midway through the third. Denver on its way to a 5-0 start. Nuggets lead at New Jersey 105-78. 8 minutes to go. Minute 30 to go in Washington on ESPN HD. A good one as the Wizards lead the Heat 89-87. NFL Eagles running back Brian Westbrook expects to return from a concussion. It's coming Sunday night when the Cowboys come to Philadelphia to play for first place in the NFC East. Cubs lefty Ted Lilly has had surgery on his pitching shoulder. The procedure showed no major damage. Cubs hoping to have him in the rotation sometime next April. Andy Pettit's allowed 2 hits. Hideki Matsui with 4 RBI to the 5th inning. Yankees 4, Phillies 1. With Joe Morgan, here's John Miller.
Thanks, Kesty. And for the Phillies, here is Ben Francisco hitting 8th in the order, to be followed by Carlos Ruiz, and then leadoff man Jimmy Rollins. Andy Pettit with a 4-1 lead. And of course, when you face the Yankees in a postseason game, it's always about not being behind when Mariano Rivera gets the call. And that's the other question. Rivera could get the call early in this one. Here is Pettit to Francisco, and a fastball is called a strike, knee high on the outside corner. Now Francisco has something to say to Joe West. Francisco grounded out to Alex Rodriguez at third, his first time. Right-handed hitter. Pettit still looking in at Posada, working very slowly. Finally, Francisco asks for timeout. 4-1, the Yankees on top in the 5th inning. Here's Pettit's windup. He delivers, and a changeup is hit down the first baseline on the ground and just foul. Just past the bag on the foul side of the bag. And it's 0-2. Francisco with the Phillies in the National League, but he used to be in the American League with Cleveland. And he's had a lot of experience against the Yankees in his big league career. Hit .346 against them this year while with Cleveland. Pettit's 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 call. A fastball got him looking. Wow.
Well, it looked like it was a fastball right in the middle of the plate. I don't know exactly what he's looking for, but it's definitely got a lot of the plate.
The catcher, Posada, gave a target on the outside corner and then reached back toward the plate even further to catch that ball. So Francisco ends up taking the pitch that everybody's been looking for from Pettit all night long. Now here is Ruiz. That is the second strikeout for Pettit. The pitch to Ruiz, a right-handed hitter, just off the outside corner with a fastball. Ruiz hit a long triple off the left center field fence his last time, and eventually scored the Phillies run. They trail 4-1. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball up and away. Chad Durbin, a right-hander, continues to throw in the Philadelphia bullpen. Pedro Martinez has worked 4 tough innings and thrown 76 pitches. The Yankees will have the top of their order up in the last of the 5th. And Pettit misses up and away with a fastball. It is 3-0. Jimmy Rollins on deck. The Phillies have only 2 hits against Pettit. A first inning single by Victorino that was an infield hit, and the triple by Ruiz. Now Pettit throws one right down the middle for a strike, and it's 3-1. The Yankees have only 3 hits. One was a misjudged fly ball, a line drive to the center fielder that ended up being a hit. There's ball 4 too low. The other 2 Yankee hits, a 2-run homer by Hideki Matsui, and a bases-loaded single by Matsui that drove in 2 more runs. Matsui has knocked in all of the Yankees' runs. Jimmy Rollins now. The leadoff man has grounded out to short and hit a sacrifice fly to right center. So he is 0 for 1 with a run batted in. A switch hitter batting right-handed. Andy Pettit into his stretch. Ruiz with a short lead at first, and the pitch. Swing and a high foul off the right field line, well back into the lower deck, and it is strike 1. Tomorrow night, the Yankees would go with their ace, CC Sabathia, if a Game 7 is necessary. And when we asked Charlie Manuel, the Phillies manager, before the game, who would go for him, he said, well, we'll let you know when the time comes. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Swing and a ground ball pulled foul right past third base coach Sam Perlazzo. And Rollins is in a hole now, 0-2. The whole Phillies pitching scenario has been really a state of flux throughout this postseason, both from the standpoint of starting pitchers and the bullpen. Now the stretch. Here's Pettit to the plate. In the dirt. Knocked down by Posada. Keeps the ball in front of the plate. Holding it first is Ruiz. Cole Hamels would be the man who'd have the proper rest. He would be due up in Game 7, but Charlie Manuel would not commit to Cole Hamels for that game. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Jimmy Rollins. Shane Victorino is on deck. 4-1. The Yankees are leading. Here's Pettit. He delivers. Low and outside. And the count is 2-2. Posada had to knock that one down as it was in the dirt. 2-2 the count.
Well, true to form, I mean, he's continued, even though he has a 4-1 lead, he has continued to nibble and nibble just out of the strike zone, meaning Pettit. And he has thrown a lot of pitches.
Pettit about to throw his 75th pitch of the night. He's ready. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a ground ball to the left of A-Rod. He's got it. To second one. Cano to first. A double play. Rollins a fast runner, but Cano, who makes that great turn at second, and the inning has ended. Andy Pettit 5 strong, just the 1 run allowed. Top of the order coming up with the Yankees. Jeter, Hairston, and Teixeira. In the middle of the 5th, it's 4-1 Yankees, and this is Game 6 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Hey, Jimmy Football from Bud Light here, and I'm going to turn your next tailgate into an awesome gate. Because here at Bud Light, we're committed to maximizing your football enjoyment. How about a natural fake grass can koozie? We got them! Just go to tailgateapproved.com. And hey, what's missing from your tailgate party? What? Tail! Now with the Bud Light Tailgate Companion, your best friend can bring you everything you need for the party.
Now when I want ketchup on my dog, I just call my dog. Thanks, dog.
You're welcome, football fan. Just look for me wherever Bud Light is sold and go to tailgateapproved.com for unbelievable deals all season long. Could I make this up? Yes. Am I? No way. Because Bud Light is tailgate approved.
Tailgate approved items are available while supplies last at tailgateapproved.com. Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Feels like time's running out. You're maxed out on your credit cards. The collection calls are coming every day, and you're 2 payments behind on your mortgage. It seems like every time you turn on the radio, some cheerful couple's telling you how they got out of debt for pennies on the dollar. No more stress and everything is just wonderful. Come on. The truth is that what sounds too good to be true is too good to be true. You need help and you need it now. Not bankruptcy. That should be your last choice. We're Credit Card Relief, and we've been helping people just like you for nearly a decade. We're the only attorney-driven program dedicated to helping you get out of debt in months instead of years, all while saving you thousands, and without risking your family home. We know what we're doing, and we don't make promises we can't keep. Call Credit Card Relief right now at 866-220-9898. 866-220-9898. The consultation is free, and the relief is real. 866-220-9898.
This is the 2009 World Series on ESPN Radio.
The Yankees in the last of the 5th inning, and the Yankees lead here on the night where they may have a rendezvous with destiny. The Yankees 1 win away from their 27th World Series championship, far more than any other team. No other team's won more than 10. The Yankees lead this Game 6 by a score of 4-1. A new pitcher in for the Phillies. Chad Durbin replaces Pedro Martinez. Jeter will lead off against him. The World Series on ESPN Radio is presented by AutoZone. Do you have an emergency kit in your car for this winter? Things like an ice scraper, de-icer, jump starter, extra gloves, things like that. AutoZone can help you be prepared with everything you need. I'm John Miller, along with Hall of Famer Joe Morgan, at the new Yankee Stadium. In its first year, the Yankees tried to christen it with a World Series championship. Durbin, the right-hander, throws a sinker to the right-handed hitting Derek Jeter, low for ball 1. 47 degrees was the official game time temperature. I think it's a little bit less than that now. And the wind is blowing out. Jeter swings and foul tips it, and the count is a ball and a strike. Jay Happ, a left-hander, is up in the Phillies bullpen. You've got another right-handed hitter, Hairston, on deck. Then the switch hitter Teixeira and a right-hander, Alex Rodriguez, due up 4th in the inning. Jeter apparently hit that, sorry, Joe, that foul ball off his foot. Staggered him a bit. The 1-1 pitch. Slider low for a ball. 2-1.
Well, I think Happ is getting up in case Matsui gets up with some runners on.
Matsui has driven in all of the runs for the Yankees in this game. Here's the windup. The 2-1 pitch. Jeter swings, and it's a high fly ball into left center field. Deep, going back. Francisco still going back at the warning track. Lunges. He can't get it. It hits on the warning track and bounces over the wall for an automatic double. Right out at the 399-foot marker. Francisco just kept going and going and could not get there. A double for Derek Jeter.
Well, there's not much wind, so there was nothing to knock it down. And Francisco just could not get there. Just out of the reach of his outstretched glove. And as you said, it bounces over the wall. Ground rule double.
The 3rd double of the World Series for Jeter. His 10th hit in 25 at-bats. Jeter is hitting .400 in the World Series this year. Now Jerry Hairston Jr. up for the first time after replacing Johnny Damon, who left with a calf strain. Here's the pitch. A bunt up the first base side. Off the mound to get it. Durbin, the quick throw to first. Just in time. Hairston, who still runs pretty well. Used to be a very fast runner when he was younger. And a fine base dealer. So he gets the bunt down and almost gave the Phillies a scare as Durbin just did get him at first base. Jeter over to 3rd.
Well, one of the things we've seen from the Yankees this year, other than just hitting home runs, they have been able to sacrifice in sacrifice situations, get the ball down, and force the other team to make a play. So they're not just a bunch of bombers, they're a bunch of good players.
Infield comes in for the Phillies with Teixeira at the plate, and he takes a curveball over the outside for a called strike. Teixeira, flight out deep to right in the first inning, was hit by a pitch in the third. 4-1, the Yankees ahead. The pitch to him. A sinker low and outside for a ball. The right-handed hitting Alex Rodriguez is on deck. Teixeira hit by that pitch in the third inning. That loaded the bases. And although A-Rod followed with a strikeout, it was Matsui then with a 2-run single that made it 4-1. Here's a changeup, and that is off the outside. 2-1 the count to Teixeira.
I heard Teixeira in an interview today, and he basically said that one of the reasons he's struggling is because all the long layoffs and the very few games played.
Here's a swing and a liner into right center field. That's in there, base hit. Jeter will come in to score. Teixeira with his third hit of the World Series. It is 5-1 Yankees.
Good job by Teixeira. He waits, and he gets a curveball that breaks down and in, and he rips it into right center field for a base hit. But he was saying that that was part of his problem, that he had the long layoff and not playing many games in a row had really affected his timing.
Now Alex Rodriguez, who has walked and struck out, right-handed hitter. Durbin delivers, and A-Rod pulls one sharply foul on the ground, past third and down the left field line. Strike one.
All the other players had the same layoff time, but sometimes layoffs affect different people different ways. So we can't just say because A-Rod and some of the other guys are still hitting well that it was okay. If he thinks it affected him, obviously it probably did.
0-1 the count to A-Rod. The pitch, a little slider that came back and over the inside corner for strike two. That one started off the inside, and then that little break to it brought it back over the corner. 0-2 the count. A-Rod called out on strikes in the third inning. Had a little argument with Joe West about that call. 0-2 pitch. Fastball well off the outside. 1-2. Another run for the Yankees. Derek Jeter has started 2 rallies with hits here in Game 6. His base hit on a ball that was misjudged by Victorino in center started a 2-run rally. Now a long double here in the 5th, and he has scored again. A fastball inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes to A-Rod at the plate with 1 out, a runner at first. And Matsui, who's been the big man tonight, the big run producer, on deck. Jay Happ, a left-hander, still up in the Phillies bullpen. With Matsui due next. Here's the pitch. Low and outside. Ball 3. Three and 2 to Alex Rodriguez. Utley, the second baseman, pulled over toward the middle. Howard on the bag at first with Teixeira. Big hole open on the right side. Here's the pitch. And that hit him. Got him right near the left elbow or the left forearm. And he walks up the first base line, shaking his left hand and left arm.
Well, this ball's not that far off the plate inside, but A-Rod did not move, and it hits him on the elbow.
Looking at the television replay and the in-house monitor,
he never moved out of the way.
It did not hit him in the left arm. If it got him, it might have gotten him on the shirt right in the midsection. Anyway, one way or the other, it was either ball 4 or he was hit. He was acting like he got a hit. Jay Happ is summoned into the game by Charlie Manuel. 2 men on, and Matsui is coming up. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit them at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. 5-1 Yankees here in the 5th. 2 men on. Pitching change will step out. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio.
Have you noticed these days that every other ad seems to be about getting out of credit card debt? They tell you it's easy and fast, or you'll learn some kind of secret about how not to pay your debt. Like that's going to help you. It is important that you get all the facts first. If your back is against the wall and you feel that you don't have any options, call now to be referred to a debt consultant. The phone call is free and there's no obligation. Financial Future Network is a referral service that will attempt to place you with a company that will assist you in your debt needs. Individual results may vary, so please review all program terms prior to enrollment. Call now, 800-541-5054. That's 800-541-5054.
What can be said about reviving baseball in inner cities?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the chance to play,
To learn.
to grow.
For 20 years, Major League Baseball's RBI program, presented by KPMG, has helped shape kids' lives both on and off the field.
Thank you for giving me the power to grow up and be
Anything.
everything I want to be.
And everything I am today. So for the 1 million people whose lives it's touched, RBI is so much more than baseball. This is beyond opportunity. This is beyond baseball.
Mark Teixeira in our Citgo studios, a Game 6 recap. Yankees took a 2-0 lead in the second on a Hideki Matsui 2-run homer off of Pedro Martinez. Phillies answered with a sac fly in the third. Bottom of the third inning, Matsui driving in his third and fourth runs of the night with a 2-run single. Yankees had an RBI hit from Mark Teixeira in the fifth, and right now currently enjoying that 5-1 lead over the Phillies in the bottom of the fifth inning. Alex Rodriguez just got hit by a pitch, fourth time he's been hit in this World Series. He breaks a tie with Mark Teixeira, who'd been hit 3 times earlier in this game, making it number 3, and Max Carey back in 1925, 4 hit-by pitches in the World Series. Let's go back to John Miller and Joe Morgan in New York.
All right, thanks, Kesty. And we reported it that way, and Alex Rodriguez acted as if he'd been hit by the pitch, shaking his hand, shaking his arm as he went to first base. But the plate umpire, Joe West, never actually signaled that it was hit by pitch, and word from the press box is that the official scorer has ruled that a walk. So I think if they talk to A-Rod later and find out that he was hit, he had no reason to fake it there, because he was going to be on base with a walk anyway. 2 men on. Jay Happ, the left-hander, in to face the left-handed batting Matsui, and he drops a changeup in the dirt for ball 1, knocked down by Ruiz. It rolls back out in front of the plate. The runners hold. Teixeira at second and Rodriguez at first. Matsui hit a 2-run homer down the right field line for the first 2 runs of Game 6. And then with 2 down in the third inning, the Yankees ahead 2-1. He hit a 2-run single into center field to make it a 4-1 game. He's driven in all of their runs. Now a fastball, and that is too low. 2-0. Matsui in this World Series has only had 11 at-bats and 7 hits, a .636 batting average. And in just those 11 at-bats, 3 homers and 6 runs batted in. The 2-0 pitch and a curveball, a strike call to the outside. Now 2-1. Posada is on deck. Yankees with 2 in the second. The Phillies 1 in the third. The Yankees with 2 in the third, and 1 so far here in the fifth. Two and 1 the count. Happ to the plate. Fastball is low. 3-1 to Matsui, son. Remember, Matsui had kind of a reverse split, which I've heard as the new term. He's a left-handed hitter, but he seems to excel against left-handed pitching. This year he hit .282, 13 homers and only 131 at-bats against lefties. Now he swings and he belts one. High and deep into right center field. Way back there, it's off the base of the wall. It kicks back beyond Worth. He has to go chase it into center field. Teixeira in to score. Here comes A-Rod right behind him. He scores. And Matsui-san has 6 RBIs in the first 5 innings of Game 6. 7-1 Yankees. Matsui has just equaled an all-time World Series record with 6 RBIs in a game.
And the other part of it, we're only a little over halfway through that game. He's going to get another at-bat, at least one at-bat.
Wow. Matsui, can you make a guy the MVP of a World Series who did not even start 3 of the games?
I don't think I could, but I'm not in charge of everything.
He might be getting a few votes right now. Here is Posada. A switch hitter batting right-handed, and he swings and misses for strike 1. 7-1 Yankees. 3 runs are home against the Phillies bullpen here in the 5th inning. This could be Matsui's final game as a Yankee. And what a show he has put on at Yankee Stadium. Posada swings and misses at a slider. Strike 2. Posada is struck out and flied out to left field. Bobby Richardson of the Yankees in the 1960 World Series had a 6 RBI game, and that has been a record for all of these years. Fastball very high to Posada. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Equaled now by Matsui. Of course, Bobby Richardson was not in the lineup for his bat. Richardson was a glove man, a great defensive second baseman, but a light hitter. But he had a grand slam in that game, the game in question. 1-2 pitch, high fastball struck him out swinging. Posada goes down for the 2nd out of the inning. Matsui still at 2nd. Now Cano will come up. 7-1 Yankees. 6 RBIs by Hideki Matsui. That 1960 World Series was one of the wildest World Series of all times, where the Yankees blew out the Pittsburgh Pirates in 3 different games by huge margins. And the Pirates ended up winning the World Series. They won Game 7 in the bottom of the 9th on Bill Mazeroski's series-ending home run. There's a fastball in there for a called strike to Cano. But Bobby Richardson was so much not a big hitter. I saw a quote from him here recently where he said, you know, I hit a grand slam in one of those games in the 60 World Series, and I thought with the bases loaded that they were going to pinch hit for me. There's the 0-1 pitch, and a fastball is outside. They did not pinch hit for him. Casey Stengel, in his final year as a legendary Yankee manager, let him hit for himself, and he hit the grand slam. He had 6 RBIs in that game and had 12 RBIs in that World Series, which is still an all-time World Series record for most RBIs in a World Series. There's a ball up and away to the left-handed batting Cano, and the count is 2-1. Cano has clobbered the ball twice. A line shot at Utley at 2nd, and a deep fly ball to the left fielder Francisco. But he's 0 for 2. 7-1, the Yankees ahead here in the 5th inning. Well, we have seen some all-time World Series performances in this series. There's a ball down and away. Knocked down by Ruiz, and it is 3-1. Chase Utley of the Phillies has already equaled Reggie Jackson's all-time World Series home run record with 5. Reggie's the only one ever to have done that before. He did it in 1977. Now Matsui has equaled the all-time RBI record for a single World Series game, and he's done it in the first 5 innings of this game. Now the 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss on a fastball, and it's 3-2. A low fastball on the outside. Well, one thing about RBIs, Joe, you get a lot of RBI chances if the guys in front of you are getting on base a lot. There's nobody to drive in otherwise.
Well, this was interesting because they were not going to let A-Rod beat them. And Matsui, as I said before, he's swinging the bat well behind him, so they were in trouble.
There's a swing and a miss by Cano. Strike 3. That's right. They have walked A-Rod twice, and Matsui drove a stake through their hearts both times. Matsui trots off the field from second base to another ovation as he gets back to the Yankee dugout. 6 RBIs in 5 innings, equaling an all-time World Series record. We're ahead to the 6th. The Phillies are getting a little bit uncomfortably close to Mariano Rivera time. 7-1 Yankees. And this is Game 6 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Welcome Welcome to Progressive Theater, sponsored by Progressive Auto Insurance.
Look, Jake, you're about to get into the ring with the champ.
What can you tell me, Nick?
One thing, kid. For auto insurance, go to Progressive.com. They offer discounts on things like safe driving, paying in full, and going paperless.
Great, but what about the fight?
Progressive's all I got. You're on your own in there. Go get them, kid.
You could save hundreds. Call 1-800-PROGRESSIVE or go to Progressive.com today.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and its affiliates. Mayfield Village, Ohio. Discounts not available in all states. Prices vary based on how you buy.
Hey guys, have you splashed in the Pacific Ocean and felt the rush? Barbasol has it, America, in new Pacific Rush Shaving Cream. Barbasol, Pacific Rush.
America, you're looking good, handsome, free and tall. Flow Shave America, Flow Shave Barbasol, Flow Shave Barbasol.
This is the 2009 World Series on ESPN Radio.
And before the Phillies bat here in the 6th inning, trailing 7-1, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Game 6 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone. Andy Pettitte back to work, and a fastball is off the outside for ball one to Shane Victorino. Victorino has singled and flied out to right center. He is 1 for 2. Chase Utley on deck. Ryan Howard due up third in the inning. 7-1 Yankees. Victorino takes a fastball for a called strike. A ball and a strike. John Ho Park, a right-hander, starts to warm up now in the Philadelphia bullpen. And for the first time, the Yankees have some action going in their pen. Victorino swings and pops one up foul off the first base side. Teixeira ranges over to the railing, and the ball is several rows back out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes. In the Yankees bullpen, Jabba Chamberlain, the hard-throwing right-hander, has started to throw. Andy Pettitte in command, as in so many other postseason games. Here is a fastball too low. 2 balls, 2 strikes. The Yankees 7 runs, 6 hits. And the Phillies only 1 run and 2 hits against Pettitte. 7-1 New York. And the 2-2 pitch. Swing and a dribbler foul off to the left of the plate. So the obstacles for the Phillies now, 7-1, no matter who you're playing. That's a big obstacle when it's already the 6th inning.
Well, they have enough power to come back from a 4-run deficit, but when you start to get up around 6, it's pretty difficult to do, even with all the power they have on their ball club.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a hard ground ball right to Jeter at short. The throw to first. He got it. 1 away. And now Utley. And Utley, having such a remarkable World Series with 5 homers, 8 RBIs. But tonight, he is grounded into an inning-ending double play, and he has struck out. Joe, we were talking about the last and only other 6 RBI game by a single player in a World Series game, and that was in 1960 by Bobby Richardson. It came in Game 3 of that 1960 World Series in New York at Yankee Stadium. Curveball from Pettitte in the dirt for ball 1. That game, the Yankees had their ace, Whitey Ford, on the mound. They scored 6 runs in the first inning, and Richardson had a grand slam in the 4th inning, and they went on to win that game 10-0. Richardson had 6 of the RBIs. 1-0 pitch, fastball in for a strike to the left-handed batting Utley. The Yankees had wins in that series by scores of 16-3, 10-0, and 12-0, and lost that World Series. Richardson won the MVP award of the World Series, the only time in history that the World Series MVP was awarded to a member of the losing team. And Richardson said he was appreciative of the award, but he was really not in any mood to celebrate. Now the pitch, just off the outside, and the count is now 2-1. Richardson said, and he's telling this story now all these years later. There was an article in the New York Times today about it, or one of the papers here. And he admitted that he actually sold the automobile that was given to him. There's a ball inside. It was a Corvette Stingray back in 1960. He said it was a beautiful car. He said there was no room to put his kids in the back seat. There was no back seat. So he traded it in for a pickup and bought himself a new station wagon. They had an old beat-up station wagon, he said. Here's the 3-1 pitch to Utley. Swinging, he belts one deep down the right field line. That is hooking foul. Back beneath the overhang of the second deck. Utley a little bit out in front of that one. And it's a full count, 3-2.
Well, Utley, this fastball is a little bit on the inner half, and that's why he pulled it foul. The ones he's been hitting for the home runs are a little bit more out over the plate.
3-2 to Chase Utley, who has 5 home runs already in the series. Now he takes in the dirt for ball 4. So Pettit walks Chase Utley, and that is his 4th walk of the game.
Well, that was one of those situations, I'm not going to let you hit a home run. So you can go after it. If the score would have been closer, I'm sure Pettit would have tried to throw on a strike with a fastball, but he just decided I'm not going to give in, and he was trying to throw a strike with a curveball.
By the way, I've done a recount on that walk total. Counted some hanging chads perhaps along the way. 5 walks issued by Andy Pettit in 5 1/3 innings. So here is Ryan Howard. Lefty versus lefty. Utley at first, and the pitch. Swinging. There's a high drive into left. Going back on the ball. Still going back. And it's gone. A home run. Hairston never did quite figure out where that one was headed until right at the end. He started back and then stopped and then reaccelerated and stopped and then raced back to the wall, and it went into the seats just barely over the wall. An opposite field home run for Ryan Howard, and now it is 7-3 Yankees.
Well, I mentioned they had a lot of power, but they're still a long way behind this late in the ball game.
And here comes Joe Girardi, the Yankee manager. As Ryan Howard has hit his first home run of this World Series, an opposite field home run. The people who watch the Phillies all the time say that that is always a good sign to see Howard go to the opposite field.
Well, they've been wanting him to do that since the second ball game of this second game in this World Series.
And Joe Girardi went out and spoke with Andy Pettit, but he does not remove Andy Pettit. Pettit apparently assured him that he has plenty left. He has thrown 88 pitches total in 5 1/3 innings, and he's going to throw some more. Here is Jason Worth, who twice has walked in this game. The left-hander Pettit to the right-handed hitter. Strike, knee high on the outside corner, ended his 0-1.
Well, I think Pettit wants to get through this inning. Joe Girardi wants to get through this inning, and then he could probably go to Java. And
here's the 1-strike delivery, and that's a changeup low.
And either Mariano Rivera for 2, or he could go with Hughes, mix him in, and then let Mariano pitch the 9th.
Here's the 1-1 pitch, and a changeup for a strike.
So if Pettit can get through this inning, everything sets up very well for the Yankees. Not to mention they still have a 4-run lead.
Andy Pettit into his windup. The 1-2 pitch. Strike 3 called on the outside corner at the knees.
Well, I've often talked about how Jason Worth will look for a pitch. Well, he guessed wrong on all 3 of those strikes, and they were all pretty good pitches as well.
3rd strikeout for Andy Pettit. That was right on the outside edge, a little bit above the knees. So 2 down, bases empty. Here is Raul Ibanez. And a fastball on the outside corner at the knees for a strike. And he's looked so sharp ever since Girardi's visit. Andy Pettit having an outstanding postseason and World Series. A swing and a line drive down the right field line. It's just fair and will ricochet down into the right field corner. The carom played by Swisher. Heading for second, Ibanez. Here comes the throw all the way in to Jeter at second, but much too late. A sliding double for Raul Ibanez.
And that'll do it for Andy.
And we are about to hear a large ovation for a longtime favorite here in New York. A big game pitcher, that's for sure. Girardi takes the ball and Pettit leaves the mound. And as he gets to the dugout, he takes off his cap and doffs the cap in appreciation to the big Yankee Stadium crowd. Jabba Chamberlain coming in. 7-3 Yankees. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit them at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. With the pitching change here in the 6th, we'll step out. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio.
The Bose Wave Music System. It's elegantly small, with sound that brings new life to music, and it makes a great gift. Forbes FYI says it sounds like a system that costs 5 times more. Call 1-800-611-1617 for a 30-day risk-free trial. Call by December 31st and save $100 when you order the Wave Music System together with our optional multi-CD changer. Also, ask about financing. 1-800-611-1617.
All the curses, all the comebacks.
In the air, right field. Heading out, ball game!
All the walk-off homers, all the blown saves, triple plays, and frozen ropes. All the diving grabs.
Back, and he makes the catch!
Nobody's got the postseason covered like MLB Network. For pre- and post-game highlights and insights, watch special coverage on MLB Tonight, before and after every postseason game. Only on MLB Network. Our national pastime, all the time.
It's an ESPN Radio Sports Center in-game.
I'm Mark Kestisher. The Denver Nuggets go to 5-0, beat New Jersey 122-94. Rookie Ty Lawson off the bench, 23 points in the win. Phoenix first loss in Orlando, 122-100. And the Celtics trying to stay unbeaten with 4:15 to go, lead at Minnesota, 89-88. University of Florida coach Urban Meyer has reconsidered, will up it to a full 1-game suspension for linebacker Brandon Spikes, who tried to eye gouge a Georgia player last weekend. Dodgers pitcher Vicente Padilla suffered a bullet wound to his leg during a target range accident yesterday in Nicaragua. The wound did not require surgery. Pitching change in Game 6 of the World Series. Top of the 6th inning, Yankees 7, Phillies 3. Back to John Miller and Joe Morgan.
All right, thanks, Guesty. And here is Jabba Chamberlain now. There is certainly time enough for the Phillies to mount a comeback in this game. It's just you can't be too far behind when Mariano Rivera makes his entrance to have any kind of a prayer.
Well, comeback. I mean, they have Pedro Feliz up. He hit a home run off Jabba in Philadelphia. And I think if they can get that run home, they're back in this ball game.
And even a single could get Ibanez home from second base. 7-3, the Yankees are leading. Jabba Chamberlain back in to face Feliz.
And I know that Yogi Berra is here, and he's down there telling them it's never over till it's over.
Here's the pitch and a fastball, a strike call, knee high on the outside corner at 94 miles an hour. In the 8th inning of Game 4 on Sunday night, Phillies were down by a run, and Feliz hit one out of the yard to tie that game against Jabba. And there's the ball down and away. So this is the first meeting between the two since then. And Jabba was throwing great that night. He blew 2 Phillies away. He blew 2 strikes past Feliz before Pedro finally turned around a fastball.
I think it was a choice of pitches. He threw a couple of sliders in the dirt, and he let Pedro be sitting on a fastball.
The 1-1 pitch. There's a slider. That's low and outside. 2-1. And we know Feliz is an outstanding fastball hitter.
Yeah, he was sitting on a fastball, and he got the fastball and hit it out of the ballpark.
2-1 the count. Ibanez at second with 2 down, ready to run at the crack of the bat. Chamberlain checks him, now throws. Fastball swung on and missed. Actually, the plate umpire, West, signaling that he foul-tipped that ball into Posada's glove. 2-2 the count. Put that one right on the outside edge. 2-2 the count. 2 runs in here in the 6th for the Phillies on a Ryan Howard home run. Chamberlain on top. Throws. Swing and a ground ball hit to third. Charged by A-Rod to throw to first. In time. Not this time for Phillies. Jabba Chamberlain gets him. The inning is over. 2 runs scored. For the last of the 6, Swisher, Gardner, Jeter due up. Yankees 7, Phillies 3. And this is Game 6 of the 2009 World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
With welcome rewards from Hotels.com, you get a free night after accumulating 10 nights with any of their partner hotels.
So Hotels.com is telling me to sleep around?
Exactly. Stay at a boutique, a national chain, anywhere. Sleep around.
Is that ethical?
Of course. Who wouldn't want you to sleep around?
My wife.
With Hotels.com, she can sleep around too.
What did you say?
You know what? That didn't come out right.
Accumulate 10 nights, even at different hotels, and earn a free night. Welcome rewards from Hotels.com. Smart. So smart. Some restrictions apply. See site for details.
AutoZone. Regular oil changes help protect your engine. Get in the zone. AutoZone. Right now at AutoZone, save money doing it yourself when you buy an oil change jug of Castrol GTX conventional motor oil and a Bosch oil filter for just $14.99. That's right, a complete oil change for just $14.99. Restrictions, details at store. At AutoZone, we give you even more than a great deal on the right products. You can count on AutoZone to give you the expert advice you need to do the job right the first time. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Hey, Birdwood. Hey, Ham. What you bring to eat? Nothing but the best for our tailgate. I've got some Kobe beef, Bavarian sausage, rack of lamb, Cornish game hen. You got any venison? No, but I got this really good deer meat.
The more you save on insurance, the more you'll have for football. Drivers who switch from Geico to Allstate saved an average of $473 a year. Are you in good hands?
Savings based on national customer reported data for new policies written in 2008. Actual savings vary. Insurance subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate Insurance Company, Northbrook, Illinois.
Mark Kester with the results of the AutoZone In the Zone poll question is brought to you by AutoZone. Get in the zone. AutoZone on ESPNRadio.com. Andy Pettit and Chase Utley both getting 28% of the vote. Utley, he had 5 homers in the World Series, 0 for 2 tonight. Pettit went 5 2/3 innings, allowed 3 runs. And if the Yankees hang on to the lead, he'll become the first pitcher to start and win the final game in all 3 rounds of the playoffs in one season. To the bottom of the 6th, Yankees 7 and the Phillies 3 with Hall of Famer Joe Morgan. Here's John Miller.
Thanks, Mark. And Jay Happ back out to try and keep the Yankees from scoring anymore. The Yankees already ahead 7-3 as we start the last half of the 6th inning. Nick Swisher, the 8th place hitter, will lead off. He'll bat right-handed. He has flied out to shallow left and then struck out. He'll be followed by Brett Gardner and then Derek Jeter. If the Yankees win this one, it would be the 5th World Series victory for Andy Pettit, and that would tie him for 2nd place on the all-time list of winners in World Series play. Whitey Ford, the chairman of the board, the Yankee great and a Hall of Famer, is the winningest pitcher in World Series history with 8. There's ball 1 to Swisher in the dirt. It skips on by Ruiz to the backstop. 1 ball and no strikes. Our Subway Fresh Take brought to you by Subway. Earn money for your school with Subway School Rewards. Only Subway School Rewards makes earning delicious. And there's a ball too low, and it's 2-0. And Joe, the talk coming into this game was how much would the 37-year-old Pettit have to offer, working on only 3 days of rest, which he has not done in a long time.
Well, I actually thought the edge went to the Phillies because of Martinez and his full rest.
There is a called strike on the outside to Swisher, 2-1.
But there's no doubt that Andy outpitched Pedro, especially looking through the way that he went through this entire lineup. Pedro was had a lot of problems with Matsui.
There's a changeup from Happ in for a called strike, too.
But you can't take anything away from Andy Pettit. He has pitched great in this ball game on 2 days rest, even though he gave up the home run to Howard in the top of the 6th inning.
2-2 the count to Swisher. Now the pitch. Fastball. There's a swing and a high drive down the left field line toward the left field corner, going over Francisco, across the line and over to the wall, and the ball is a foul ball. And he could not quite get to it as it went right over where the wall comes out very close to the foul line in that left field corner. And he jumped for it.
Man.
And it just ticked off the edge of his glove. He almost did catch that ball just as he got reached into the stands.
Great effort there by Francisco.
A Yankee fan, if this were Wrigley Field, we'd call that the Bartman section out there. A Yankee fan was there. He was not trying to be in the way of Francisco. He just happened to be. There's a changeup, and that is low. 3-2 to Swisher. It's only 318 feet to that left field foul pole. 314 to the right field foul pole. 3-2 the count to Swisher. 7-3. The Yankees on top here in the 6th inning. Happ throws. And a little squibber hit foul on the first base side to Mick Kelleher, former big league infielder. Still got the good hands. He grabs that one and tosses it to a fan in the stands. 3-2 the count. Andy Pettitte, who has had quite a career, has had Pedro Martinez coming into this game. There's a ball too low, and Swisher coaxes a walk out of Jay Happ, leading off the 6th inning. Now the batter will be Brett Gardner. And I'm thinking, although Gardner's not a pitcher, he is sitting in the 9th spot. He has not had a hit in the World Series, and a bunt could be in order here with Jeter up next. But,
very logical.
I'm always thinking, Joe.
Well, I think it's the right thing to do because the Phillies, got 2 runs in the top of the 6th inning. You want to add one more. For every one run you add this late in the ball game, it puts you that much closer to Mariano Rivera.
And that's, for so many years, always been the whole idea. Get it to Mariano. Game over. There's a throw to first, and back to the bag is Swisher. Andy Pettitte, with 229 wins in his career and 135 losses. So he's got great career numbers.
Correct.
And there's a school of thought among many here at this World Series that when you add that into his postseason prowess, as Gardner shows bunt and takes a slider for a called strike, and it's 0-1. He is the winningest pitcher all time in the postseason. That Andy Pettitte should get serious consideration for the Hall of Fame one day in the future.
I don't get to make those decisions, so I don't worry about them.
Well, and it's a conflict. I know you're on the Hall of Fame board of directors, and you don't get a vote anyway.
No, I don't get a vote.
Neither do I. Here's a ball too low as Gardner again was showing bunt. Again took it, and the count now 1 ball and 1 strike.
But I think it's okay for you to speculate the way you were going, and I didn't disagree with you, so.
Well, another guy who gets talked about in a similar vein is John Smoltz. He's had a great career, both a starter, and for a while he was a great closer. And also great success on the biggest stage in October. Pettitte beat his record for most postseason wins this year. The pitch, now Gardner shows bunt, pops it in the air, foul, goes back and hits the top of the backstop, and ricochets right over the backstop into the crowd. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Gardner.
Well, we've seen a lot of the Yankees be able to get the sacrifices down. We saw Harrison sacrifice last inning, and we've seen them along the way in the postseason be able to drop the bunt when they needed to. So a little tough here, but Gardner now with 2 strikes. Well, I guess Jeter didn't get it down because he bunted with 2 strikes once. We'll see if Gardner does the same thing.
He bunted with 2 strikes and bunted it foul. Here's the pitch. High and tight. Gardner not showing bunt that time. 2-2 the count. Jeter, when he bunted with 2 strikes in an earlier game in this World Series, did so on his own. The bunt had been taken off by his manager. That was in the 7th inning of Game 2 here at Yankee Stadium. And Jeter just decided he was just going to go ahead and get it done. And did not get it done. The pitch. Fastball in there. Strike 3 called. So a wasted out. Brett Gardner asked to lay down a bunt and move the runner over. Couldn't do it. So 1 out. Swisher still at first. And here comes Charlie Manuel to the mound. You've got the 2 right-handed hitters due up next. Jeter, then Hairston. And Chan Ho Park, a right-hander, is warmed up in the Phillies bullpen, and he's going to be summoned. Yankees 7, Phillies 3 here in the 6th. 1 out, 1 on. Jeter coming up. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit them at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. Pitching change from the World Series. We'll step out for a moment. This is Game 6 of the series on ESPN Radio.
Have you noticed these days that every other ad seems to be about getting out of credit card debt? They tell you it's easy and fast, or you'll learn some kind of secret about how not to pay your debt. Like that's going to help you. It is important that you get all the facts first. If your back is against the wall and you feel that you don't have any options, call now to be referred to a debt consultant. The phone call is free and there's no obligation. Financial Future Network is a referral service that will attempt to place you with a company that will assist you in your debt needs. Individual results may vary, so please review all program terms prior to enrollment. Call now, 800-541-5054. That's 800-541-5054.
What can be said about reviving baseball in inner cities?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me
the chance to play,
to learn,
to grow.
For 20 years, Major League Baseball's RBI program, presented by KPMG, has helped shape kids' lives both on and off the field.
Thank you for giving me
the power
to grow up and be
anything
I want to be.
And everything I am today.
So for the 1 million people whose lives it's touched, RBI is so much more than baseball. This is beyond opportunity. This is beyond baseball.
Mark Kester in our Sitco studio. Pitching change in the bottom of the 6th inning. Yankees trying to clinch their 27th World Championship, have a 7-3 lead over the Phillies. Hideki Matsui with a second inning 2-run homer off of Pedro Martinez. 2-run single in the 3rd and a 2-run double in the 5th, tying Bobby Richardson for 6 RBI in a World Series game. If the Yankees clinch, those 6 RBI would be the most in a clinching game. But the Yankees right now have a 7-3 lead over the Phillies. Bottom of the 6th inning continues. Pitching change back to John Miller and Joe Morgan.
All right, thanks, Mark. And here is Chan Ho Park in the pitch. Derek Jeter coming up, 7-3. The Phillies are trailing the Yankees here. And they can ill afford to be trailing the Yankees right now. 1 loss and they are out. The Yankees need 9 outs more to win their 27th World Series title. And here's Derek Jeter. Jeter's been here for a few of them. Jeter with 2 more hits in this game, and he has 10 hits in this World Series. Jeter now has 49 hits in World Series play. That is the 5th highest hit total in World Series history. The only men ahead of him, Joe DiMaggio, Frankie Frisch, Mickey Mantle, and Yogi Berra, Hall of Famers all.
Well, you'd know they'd have to be Yankees because they were in the World Series every year.
Other than Frankie Frisch. Yeah. There's a ball just off the inside. 1 ball and no strikes to Jeter.
But he's on pace to pass Yogi Berra for hits.
If he can get to some more World Series. Yeah. Yogi, the all-time hit leader.
When he was in 12.
Or in 14. Yeah.
Mickey Mantle.
There's a ground ball to first to his right. Howard, he's got it. Flips the ball to Rollins at second. In time with a force out on Swisher. Jeter safe at first. Howard had a little difficulty getting that ball out of his glove at first as he was on the move towards second base as the ball was hit because of where it was hit. And he was still heading towards second, trying to get that ball out of the glove, and he finally fed it to Rollins. But by the time Rollins got it, too late to even think about trying to double up Jeter.
I think of all the World Series statistics, I think Mickey Mantle's the one that jumps out at me. He leads in home runs, 40 ribbies. I mean, he did it all in the World Series, and I think that's what's just fabulous.
Yogi Berra played in more games than any player in World Series history. Had more at-bats, and which, of course, figures. And the Yankees, let's face it, in the Yogi's era, they were in the World Series almost every year, year after year.
So it was no pressure, really. It's just like another game for them.
They looked at it as a part of their income. Here is Jerry Hairston Jr. Runner at first, Jeter with 2 down, and Hairston takes a called strike. Hairston entered the game when Johnny Damon had to leave after the 3rd inning with a calf strain. Hairston laid down a sacrifice bunt his first trip to the plate in the 5th inning. Right-handed hitter. 7-3 Yankees here in the 6th. Howard on the bag with Jeter at first. The pitch in the dirt outside. Knocked down by Ruiz, and the count 1 ball, 1 strike. Mickey Mantle, as you say, Joe, 18 World Series home runs. And a lot of times everybody now the trend is that people kind of lump together all the postseason statistics. But the World Series, as you pointed out many times in our postseason broadcast this year again, that's a whole different story.
Well, you're facing pitchers that you haven't faced all year, on a consistent basis.
John Ho Park at the belt, holding the pitch. Swing and a slow bouncer toward third, and it kicks just foul before it gets to the bag. The ball fielded by Feliz. He makes the off-balance throw to first, and it was a good one. It would have retired Hairston, but it was a foul ball.
When you go through the postseason now and you play in your own division and the league championship series, you're facing pitchers that you have faced all year long in your league. Whereas when Mickey Mantle and those guys played, what happens, they wouldn't face any of these pitchers until they got to the World Series, and they would have never seen them before. And it's more difficult to hit against pitchers you haven't seen than the ones that you may have 10 or 12 at-bats against during the regular season. So I have more respect for that record than I do some of the other postseason records when they lump them all together.
Mickey Mantle in 12 World Series, hit 18 home runs, 65 World Series games played in by Mickey Mantle. John Ho Park to the plate, and the fastball is outside. Yankees from 1949 through 53 won the World Series 5 consecutive years. The first 5 years that Casey Stengel was the manager. Yogi Berra was the catcher. And then despite winning 103 games in 54, they finished second to Cleveland. But we're back in the World Series again in 55. There's a slider popped in the air to right field, over toward the line a little bit, in shallow right, Worth, and he one-hands it for the out, and the inning is over. One-man stranded for the Yankees, no runs, and we head into the late innings, getting closer and closer to Mariano Rivera time. Francisco, Ruiz, and Rollins coming up. Phillies are trailing 7-3. This is Game 6 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Honey, why are you digging this hole?
I'm trying to find the bottom of the housing market.
No one can find the bottom of the market.
Oh, wait, got something here.
Congratulations. Tell me, does our sprinkler system think it's a good time to buy? Been waiting for the right time to buy a home? The time may be now. Affordability has improved, and interest rates are still low. The National Association of Realtors wants you to know that homeownership is an investment in your future. To learn more about your local market, talk to a realtor. Every market's different. Call a realtor today. Only realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. Markets do vary.
This year, give the gift they'll appreciate for years to come. The acclaimed Bose Wave music system. It's elegantly small, with sound that brings new life to music. Forbes FYI says it sounds like a system that costs 5 times more. And it's available with an optional multi-CD changer for hours of uninterrupted music. To order the Wave music system for that special person on your list, visit Bose.com/enjoy or call 1-800-611-1617. To make it a gift they'll enjoy even more, order it together with the multi-CD changer by December 31st and save $100. Try them in your own home for 30 days risk-free. Visit Bose.com/enjoy or call 1-800-611-1617 and ask about easy financing options with no interest charges from Bose. The Wave music system and multi-CD changer. The gift that makes special occasions even more special. 1-800-611-1617.
All the curses, all the comebacks.
In the air, right field. Heading out, ball game!
All the walk-off homers, all the blown saves, triple plays, and frozen ropes. All the diving grabs.
Back, and he makes the catch!
Nobody's got the postseason covered like MLB Network. For pre- and post-game highlights and insights, watch special coverage on MLB Tonight, before and after every postseason game, only on MLB Network. Our national pastime, all the time.
Your home for the 2009 World Series is ESPN Radio.
We head into the late innings. And perhaps that's only appropriate. It's late. It's November. Baseball in November, the 4th of November, and for the Phillies, it's getting later still. Their season is 9 outs away from ending. Their dream of winning consecutive World Series could come tumbling down here in the Bronx tonight. Jabba Chamberlain goes to work with a 7-3 lead in the 7th. Pedro Feliz, the hitter, or rather Ben Francisco, the hitter, and he takes a fastball for a called strike. Francisco, as Feliz made the final out of the 6th inning, leads off here in the 7th. He is 0 for 2 in the game. Andy Pettit went 5 2/3 innings, 3 runs, 4 hits allowed. Now a slider, and oh man, that was nasty. Swung on and missed, strike 2. 88 miles an hour, breaking down and away. And Francisco in a deep hole. 0-2. Ruiz on deck. Rollins due up 3rd in the inning. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Way outside and right back to the backstop. 1 ball and 2 strikes. We were talking about the many home runs of Mickey Mantle, the all-time home run leader in World Series history. Babe Ruth, the Babe himself, is 2nd on that list. There's a slider, a check swing. Did he go? An appeal denied by first base umpire Jerry Davis. The Babe hit 15. Yogi himself is 3rd on that list. He hit 12 home runs in World Series play. And then there's a non-Yankee on the list, Duke Snider, a Hall of Famer. Hit 11. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A low slider got him. And Java's got a great slider going tonight.
Well, Java's thrown the ball well the last two outings. I mean, he's got great stuff, and it looks like he fits better in the bullpen than he does as a starter. So all those experiments and whatever, we'll see how it works out next year. But, I mean, he just looks like a shutdown guy for the 8th inning.
Here is Carlos Ruiz, who has tripled off the left center field wall and scored a run and walked. Right-hander against right-hander. Jimmy Rollins out on deck. The Yankee bullpen gets busy. There's a fastball, a little bit high, apparently. Ball 1. Damaso Marte, a left-hander, starts warming up in the Yankee pen. Lou Gehrig hit 10 World Series home runs. Reggie Jackson had 10 World Series homers. Now a fastball in there for a strike. Frank Robinson, whom we've seen during this postseason, a great Hall of Famer, hit 8 home runs. He was in 5 World Series. As Ruiz fouls one off to the right. You really have to hunt through the list to find players who were not Yankees who show up on that list. And one of the names on the list, your old teammate, Johnny Bench. He was only in 4 World Series, but hit 5 home runs. 1-2 pitch. Slider taken down and away. That may be the best strategy in that slider. Just take it. You can't hit it. Two pitch. Swinging a line drive into center. That's going to be a base hit. And Ruiz, who just for some unknown reason elevates his game come the postseason. He did so last year when he hit only .219 in the regular season. And then he was great in the postseason. This year, Ruiz hit .255 in the regular season. But he's now 5 for 18 in this World Series. And Ruiz has been a very important hitter all through the postseason for the Phillies. He's had 15 hits in 44 at-bats, hitting around .340 for the postseason. Jimmy Rollins. And he takes a curveball in there for a strike. That little get it in there curveball. 1 out. Ruiz at first. Teixeira on the bag with him. The Yankees 7. The Phillies 3 here in the 7th. The top of the order is at the plate now. Time is of the essence for the Phillies. The pitch. Swinging a chopper to second. Cano's got it. Spins. Throws to Jeter for 1. Jeter will hold it. Deciding he didn't have a clear shot at doubling up the fleet-footed Rollins. Rollins went up out of the strike zone chasing that pitch.
Yeah, but from the left side, they had no chance of doubling him up. But that's what Jaba's fastball is such a lively fastball that you will chase some pitches out of the strike zone, especially up.
And now here is Shane Victorino. 1 for 3 in the game. Phillies only have 5 hits. Victorino has one of them. 2 down, runner at first in the 7th. 7-3 Yankees. And a fastball just off the outside. Ball 1. Marte, the left-hander, continues to heat up in the bullpen. With the left-handed hitting Utley up next. And this is a big spot here. The slugging Utley on deck. They'd love to get him on base, or get him to the plate with men on base. Down by 4 runs. There goes Rollins. Pitch taken outside. The throw to second by Posada. Not in time. Pretty good throw by Posada. A low throw. And right near the corner of the bag, taken by Jeter, was a semi pitch out. And Rollins was just on the bag ahead of the tag by Derek Jeter with a headfirst dive.
And a smart play, because if you can pick up one here, who knows what's going to happen the next 2 innings. So just try to stay in the ball game, continue to do what you do best.
2-0 the count to Victorino. Chamberlain throws. Fastball way outside again. 3-0.
You mentioned the Phillies with 5 hits. The Yankees only have 6, and 3 of those have been by Hideki Matsui, and 2 other ones by Jeter. So Teixeira has the only other base hit for the Yankees, other than those 2 guys.
There's a lot of runs for so few hits. 3-0 pitch. High, ball 4. And that may be the end of Jabba Chamberlain. 2 men on. And here comes Joe Girardi with the left-handed hitting Utley coming up, and the left-handed hitting Howard behind him. Marte ready in the bullpen. 7-3 Yankees. And Girardi anxious to stop this kind of action before it really happens. So Marte comes in to try and nullify the powerful Utley. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit them at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. Pitching change. Will step out. This is Game 6 of the World Series on ESPN Radio.
The Bose Wave music system. It's elegantly small, with sound that brings new life to music, and it makes a great gift. Forbes FYI says it sounds like a system that costs 5 times more. Call 1-800-611-1617 for a 30-day risk-free trial. Call by December 31st and save $100 when you order the Wave music system together with our optional multi-CD changer. Also, ask about financing. 1-800-611-1617.
All the curses, all the comebacks.
In the air, right field. Heading out, ball game!
All the walk-off homers, all the blown saves, triple plays, and frozen ropes. All the diving grabs.
Back, and he makes the catch!
Nobody's got the postseason covered like MLB Network. For pre- and post-game highlights and insights, watch special coverage on MLB Tonight, before and after every postseason game. Only on MLB Network. Our national pastime, all the time.
I'm Mark Kestisher in our Sitco studios as Mariano Rivera loosens up right now in the 7th inning. Yankees 7, Phillies 3. Don't know when he's coming in, but the Phillies are hoping to make a comeback here. They have 2 on for Chase Utley, and should the Phillies come back and force a Game 7, it would be tomorrow night, 7 Eastern time, weather permitting, here on ESPN Radio. But with 2 down in the 7th inning, pitching change in the Bronx. Yankees 7 and the Phillies 3. Back to John and Joe.
No player in history, Kesty, has ever hit more than 5 home runs. In fact, only one player had ever hit that many, Reggie Jackson, until this World Series when Chase Utley rose up. He has hit 5 so far. What the Phillies need is Utley to rise up again, either a 6th home run to make this a 1-run game, or a base hit to get Ryan Howard up there as the possible tying run.
Yeah, a little extra base hit. He has not hit a single in this World Series. He's hit 5 home runs and a double. And he's one short of Willie Stargell's extra base record in the World Series of 7. So he has 6 extra base hits, and one more right here would really help the Phillies.
7-3 Yankees, but 2 men on with 2 men out. Marte has only faced Utley 1 time in the World Series, and that was in Game 1 last Wednesday, a week ago. He struck him out. Now he throws a fastball over the outside corner, called strike 1. Marte gives you a lot of arms and legs in his delivery, and when he's got it going, he can throw that fastball to 94 miles an hour. Rollins at second, Victorino at first. Yankee infield plays Utley to pull the ball. Utley tonight has grounded into a double play, struck out, and walked. Lefty versus lefty. The pitch and a curveball. Called strike 2. He got the high call that time. And it's 0-2.
Well, good breaking ball from Marte. He starts it at Utley, and it breaks sharply over the plate.
Phil Hughes, a right-hander, warming up in the Yankee bullpen. We're in the 7th. And you would imagine that Mariano Rivera will be making an entrance into this game in the 8th inning, if it's still as close as it is. Chase Utley behind in the count, 0-2. He has never had a hit against Marte. Marte already into his stretch before Utley was even back in the box. So Utley asks for timeout. Marte toes the slab. The ball in his glove as he bends over at the waist to peer in at Posada, resting the glove just above the right knee. Now he goes into his stretch. Looks back at second. And the 0-2 pitch on the way. A slider, a check swing. Did he go? Yes! Third base umpire Brian Gorman rings him up. Damaso Marte puts Utley away right now. 3 pitches and out. 2 men stranded. The Phillies have 6 outs of life left to them in this World Series. Teixeira, Alex Rodriguez, Matsui due up. Last of the 7th. Phillies trailing the Yankees 7-3. This is Game 6 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
Brad Keselowski for Nationwide Mutual Insurance Company.
Hey, I'm Brad. I'm a rock music fan. I'm a Nationwide insurance customer. I got the coverage I need at the right price for me. I saved. You can too.
Take Brad's lead. Call 1-866-500-5555. Products underwritten by Nationwide Mutual Insurance Company and affiliated companies, Columbus, Ohio. Paid endorsement. Subject to underwriting guidelines, review, and approval.
This is football champion Michael Strahan. With my busy schedule, I've found quick and easy ways to keep myself healthy. I've learned how to get a full body workout in just 15 minutes and stronger, more resilient skin in less than 15 seconds with Vaseline Men Fast Absorbing Lotion. Log on to StrongerSkin.com to see how I stay healthy and in shape no matter where I am. And enter for a chance to win a trip to Los Angeles for a private session with the personal trainer to the pros, as well as weekly prizes.
No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited. See www.StrongerSkin.com for rules.
When was the last time someone offered you a second chance to save thousands of dollars? Maybe never. Until now. If you owe the IRS or state at least $15,000, American Tax Relief is offering you a second chance to eliminate up to 85% of your delinquent taxes. Thousands of honest, hardworking Americans just like you have turned to American Tax Relief for the help they need. Look, your tax problem isn't going to go away. As a matter of fact, it's only going to get worse unless you get help. With American Tax Relief, you now have qualified help in dealing with the IRS. This is the second chance you never had before to save up to 85% on the taxes you owe. Get the second chance you deserve and save up to 85% on your delinquent taxes. Call American Tax Relief for a free consultation to see how much money they can save you. 1-800-315-1780. Call right now for your second chance. 1-800-315-1780. That's 1-800-315-1780.
Mark Kestisher in our Sitco studio. 7th inning stretch time in the Bronx. Yankees trying to close out the Phillies, and Hideki Matsui getting things going tonight.
Rodriguez is running. The pitch is swung on. There's a high drive deep down the right field line. If it's fair, it's gone. It's hooking. It is a home run. A 2-run homer for Matsui-san. And the Yankees have a 2-0 lead. And Matsui has his 3rd home run in only 10 at-bats in this World Series.
That made it 2-0. Phillies answered with a sac fly in the 3rd to get it to 2-1. But Matsui coming up again in the 3rd.
Bases loaded, 2 down. The pitch. Swing and line drive into center field. Base hit. Jeter is in to score. Coming around 3rd is Damon. Here comes the throw home. Cut off by Howard. A 2-run single for Matsui. And in fact, he has driven in all 4 of the Yankee runs, and the Yankees lead 4-1.
And he wasn't done there as he faced Jay Happ in the 5th.
Now he swings and he belts one. High and deep into right center field. Way back there, it's off the base of the wall. It kicks back beyond Worth. He has to go chase it into center field. Teixeira in to score. Here comes A-Rod right behind him. He scores. And Matsui-san has 6 RBIs in the first 5 innings of Game 6. 7-1 Yankees.
Matsui tying the record most RBI in a World Series game. 3 for 3 tonight, 8 for 12 in the series, and due up 3rd in the bottom of the 7th inning. Yankees a 7-3 lead over the Phillies. Let's get back to the Bronx. John Miller and Joe Morgan.
All right, Kesty, thank you. And Chonho Park takes his warm-ups as the fans here in Yankee Stadium have sung perhaps for the final time here in 2009 during a Yankee home game, God Bless America. And it is always a stirring rendition because the big crowd always sings it loud and sings it proudly here at the big ballpark in the Bronx. 7-3. The Yankees are leading. Who's the MVP of this World Series?
I know. That's what's difficult. I had Johnny Damon going in. He didn't play much today. I don't know. I'd say maybe Andy Pettitte because he wins 2 games and he wins 1 on short rest. I don't know.
If in fact they hold on to this one, which they may well. Mariano Rivera is starting to limber up. He's not throwing, but he's doing some stretching out there in the Yankee bullpen. And Matsui, a tour de force, a record-tying game, 6 RBIs. He's been the offense tonight.
But they won 3 games in Philly, 2 games in Philly, basically without him.
Although he hit a home run as a pinch hitter in one of those
but that
games.
didn't have anything to do with the outcome.
And he also hit a home run that was the game-winning run in Game 2 of this World Series against Pedro. That's 2 games where he got the game-winning hit. If, in fact, they end up winning this game. I'm not trying to sway you.
I can't vote for him if he didn't play in 3 games. That's just me. I can't, everyone else has their own opinion. I think he's done a fabulous job. But guys that play every day are guys that...
Here is Teixeira, and he takes a called strike. I know you, unlike Andy Pettitte, who doesn't play every day, there's a strike called to Teixeira, who has flied out deep to right, been hit by a pitch, and singled home a run. And he takes a sinker, low and inside for a ball and a strike. A-Rod on deck, then Matsui. Matsui, who leads the Yankees in RBIs in this World Series. More than A-Rod, more than Damon, more than any of them. There's a ball inside, and it's 2-1 to Teixeira.
Well, he has 7 RBIs now, and
he's got 8.
8, and Alex has 6.
Here's the 2-1 pitch, swinging at a sharply hit grounder past Kelleher, the first base coach. Foul ball. 2-2 the count to Teixeira. Derek Jeter's had 10 hits in 26 at bats, 385 average. Johnny Damon, 8 for 22. Damon in those 2 wins in Philadelphia, in games 3 and 4, was crucial. 2-2 pitch, swing, and a miss. He struck him out. High fastball, blew it by him.
The more you talk, the more you realize this is really a team effort. Everyone contributed, and the guys did their jobs.
And even Pettitte was not happy with his victory in Game 3. He said he just wasn't sharp. He went 6 innings, gave up 4 runs and 5 hits. That was more a gutted out type performance, keeping his club in the game. They scored a lot of runs in that one to win it. Now Alex Rodriguez, and he takes a high curveball that is inside, and he ducks under it. 1 ball and no strikes. That one just kind of flew out of the hand of John Ho Park. 75-mile-an-hour curveball. 7-3 Yankees in the 7th. Here's the pitch, and a fastball is in there for a called strike. There's only one time in World Series history, there has been only one time, when a member of the losing team won the MVP award. That was in 1960. Bobby Richardson of the Yankees. Here's the 1-1 pitch, and a slider in there for a called strike, and it's 1-2. And I only mention that because it's been such a great World Series for Chase Utley of the Phillies. Correct. Who at the moment are losing. Utley equaling the World Series record with 5 home runs, and he's tied with Matsui of the Yankees for the RBI leadership in this World Series. Matsui on deck. The 1-2 pitch. Swing, and it's popped off the fists. Foul, and it'll go back out of play off to the right, well back into the lower deck. 1-2. Rodriguez tonight has walked just ahead of Matsui's homer. He struck out looking in the 3rd, and in the 5th inning he walked to load the bases in front of Matsui's 2-run double. Matsui's had 3 hits, each of which knocked in 2 runs tonight. Mariano Rivera is up in the bullpen now with a baseball. Here's the pitch. Swing and a bouncer off the hands towards short, and it's just off the edge of Felice's glove, which knocks it away from Jimmy Rollins, who had crossed over behind it, and it goes through into left field for a base hit. So there is a man aboard again as Matsui gets ready to bat. Scott Ayer, a left-hander, is warming up in the Phillies bullpen, and here comes manager Charlie Manuel to the mound, and he has already, just as he got to the 3rd base line, signaled to the pen for Ayer. Matsui will come up for the 4th time. He's had a single, a double, and a homer, and 6 RBIs in this game. Runner at first, 1 out in the 7th inning. Pitching change, 7-3 Yankees. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit them at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. Pitching change will step out. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio.
Have you noticed these days that every other ad seems to be about getting out of credit card debt? They tell you it's easy and fast, or you'll learn some kind of secret about how not to pay your debt. Like that's going to help you. It is important that you get all the facts first. If your back is against the wall and you feel that you don't have any options, call now to be referred to a debt consultant. The phone call is free and there's no obligation. Financial Future Network is a referral service that will attempt to place you with a company that will assist you in your debt needs. Individual results may vary, so please review all program terms prior to enrollment. Call now, 800-541-5054. That's 800-541-5054.
What can be said about reviving baseball in inner cities?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me
the chance to play,
to learn,
to grow.
For 20 years, Major League Baseball's RBI program, presented by KPMG, has helped shape kids' lives both on and off the field.
Thank you for giving me
the power
to grow up and be
anything,
everything I want to be,
and everything I am today.
So for the 1 million people whose lives it's touched, RBI is so much more than baseball. This is beyond opportunity. This is beyond baseball.
Mark Kester here in our Citgo studios. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone. What a night it has been for Hideki Matsui. A 2-run homer, a 2-run single, and a 2-run double. He comes up now in the bottom of the 7th. Yankees a 7-3 lead over the Phillies in Game 6 of the World Series. Back to New York. John Miller and Joe Morgan.
All right, thanks, Mark. And Scott Ayer comes in to try and hold the line with the man who has apparently had a date with destiny here at Yankee Stadium tonight. This is why he signed with the Yankees, for this kind of a stage. He was with the team that is most closely associated with the Yankees in Japan, the Yomiuri Tokyo Giants, and he was the great home run hitter there. And he came to this big stage, New York, and he has always acquitted himself well when he's been healthy enough to, as a Yankee. But tonight, he is setting the new ballpark on fire. He has hit a 2-run homer, a 2-run single, and a 2-run double. He has equaled a World Series record with 6 RBIs. A-Rod, the runner at first, and Ayer makes a throw to first, the left-hander, in relief of Chun-Ho Park. He comes in to try and cool off the red-hot Hideki Matsui, who's had 8 hits in 12 at-bats in this World Series. He leads the Yankees with 3 home runs. 8 runs batted in. The pitch to him. A swing and a miss on a slider down and away. And the count is 0-1. Matsui might have been a little over-anxious right there.
I can understand why. You want to hack. You're swinging the bat well. You want to make sure you get a swing.
Brett Myers, a right-hander, starts to throw now in the Phillies bullpen, and Rivera is not throwing in the Yankee bullpen. Here's the pitch. Just outside with another slider, and the count is a ball and a strike. Matsui, you know, it kind of reminds me of that World Series that Billy Hatcher had in 1990 with Cincinnati against Oakland. I think at one point he had 7 straight hits. He only had 12 at-bats in that World Series. This World Series didn't last very long, only a 4-game series. The Reds swept it. He was 9 for 12 in that series. Matsui looks at a fastball at the knees for a called strike. Now it's 1 ball and 2 strikes to Matsui-san. Posada is on deck. As I recall, Billy Hatcher did pretty well in the MVP voting that year, 1990.
I think, wasn't it the pitchers?
Jose Rijo had a great World Series.
Yeah, I think Jose Rijo was the most valuable player.
And Rijo was up against his old team, the Oakland Athletics. There goes A-Rod. The pitch is taken down and away off the glove of Ruiz. They appeal it to the third base umpire, and he rules a swing. Matsui strikes out. He strikes out after the fact, in effect. He was standing there at the plate waiting to know. And Gorman said, yeah, you swung at it. A ball in the dirt on the outside. He could not have run even if he had immediately known that they had ruled it a swing, because with a runner at first and less than 2 down, you're not entitled to run. You're just automatically out on a strike 3. So Ayer is the first Philly to get Hideki Matsui. Matsui, who had a pinch hit single in the 9th inning that fueled that Yankees rally trying to come from behind in Game 5 on Monday. There's ball 1 outside of Posada as they are going to walk him intentionally. A-Rod, of course, got a steal on the play where Matsui struck out. Matsui popped out as a pinch hitter in the 9th inning of Game 4, and he hit a home run as a pinch hitter in Game 3 in Philadelphia. Matsui had a single, walk, and a homer against Pedro here in Game 2, and was 1 for 3 in Game 1. 8 for 13 overall in this World Series. And there is ball 4 outside to Posada, who had gone 0 for 3 tonight until now. 2 men on, 2 men out. Mariano Rivera is now warming up. So it is starting to look clear that we will see Rivera. He might not start the inning because they had the left-handed hitting Howard, and Marte's in the game. But also, you recall that manager Joe Girardi told us earlier on during the league championship series that because he had the injury to his shoulder during the year, he does not like to bring Marte back out after he's sat in the dugout after pitching in an inning. He does not like to bring him back out there. So likely it will be time for the great Rivera in the 8th inning. Howard, Worth, and Ibanez, the heart of the Phillies batting order, will be due up. Here is Robinson Cano, lefty versus lefty, and a slider from Ayer is up and away for ball 1. Scott Ayer, he's made a pretty good career for himself as a left-handed specialist. He was in the World Series, of course, with the Phillies last year. He was in the World Series with the Giants in 2002. And a swing and a miss on a high fastball.
And he's still got good stuff because he has a very deceptive motion. He hides the ball well, and the ball just jumps on you.
He's got some bone chips and a bone spur in and around his elbow that he's going to have worked on in the offseason. And the fastball is off the outside. 2 balls and a strike to Robinson Cano, who is lined out to second, flied out deep to left, and struck out in this game. Alex Rodriguez at second base. Jorge Posada at first. 2 down in the 7th. 7-3. The Yankees are leading here in Game 6. Scott Air ready. Throws. Fastball swung on and missed. Strike 2. 2-2. Yankees 7 runs and 7 hits here in Game 6. Nick Swisher on deck would be next. Cano only 3 hits in 21 at-bats in the World Series so far. Air goes into his stretch. Now, just as he does, Cano asks for timeout at the plate. Cano back in there, opened up stance, left-handed batter. Now Air steps off the slab and calls out Carlos Ruiz for a chat. It's been a very social World Series in that regard. Pitchers apparently getting a little lonely out at the mound, and they always want somebody to come out and chat with them. And the catchers, more than any World Series or any other series, whether it be in October or November or April, May, June, or July, have been willing to comply. We've seen so many visits to the mound in this World Series. All right, now the pitch on the way. Sliders swung on and missed. He struck him out to retire the side. 2 Yankees left on base. And is Rivera about to make his entrance? We'll soon find out. 6 outs remaining to the Phillies. They're down by 4. Howard, Worth, and Ibanez coming up in the 8th. Yankees 7. Phillies 3. The World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone, continues after these words from our local stations.
The Scott Van Pelt Show.
ESPN Radio.
The thing about hitting coaches is that they're largely anonymous. People aren't angling for a Mickey Hatcher interview when the Angels come to town. Mark McGwire's philosophy was see the ball, hit the ball. I was stunned that a guy who had been so exiled was willing to come back and pull the scab off this, understanding that he has to if he wants to come back.
I'm glad he did, though.
Fair enough.
Because I don't want to just disappear forever.
The Scott Van Pelt Show. Weekdays on ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Colin Cowherd in the Herd.
As I've grown, my interest in sports has ebbed and flowed to different sports. I used to be a huge boxing fan, but, you know, they didn't take care of me. They wouldn't give me good fights. You couldn't get it on television. It was too inconsistent, so I don't care about boxing. I'm not one of these guys that loves something forever. I used to love college basketball, but now the good players leave. It's a revolving door of guys who aren't good enough to play in the NBA. I just don't like it as much, although I'll watch it in March. The NBA I loved, then I hated for 10 years. I'm back to loving it. Baseball, was my #1 sport as a kid. I think it's poorly marketed. This postseason is a great example of how poorly run it is, although it's a great sport. So I'm not loyal to anything. I'm not loyal to grocery stores. I'm not loyal to anything but my kids. I'm not even loyal to friends. If friends were bad to me or treated me poorly, I wouldn't be loyal to them, nor should you. Love your parents, love your children, love your wife, like everything else.
The Herd. ESPN Radio and ESPNradio.com. Your home for the 2009 World Series is ESPN Radio.
Now to the 8th inning. And here is Damaso Marte still in there. So apparently what was a problem earlier in this postseason for Joe Girardi is no longer. Marte came in and got the final out of the 7th inning, and he's back to face another left-handed hitter, Ryan Howard, to start the 8th inning. Rivera, who had been throwing for the time being, has stopped throwing in the Yankees bullpen. 7-3, the Yankees are leading in the 8th inning. Ryan Howard hit a 2-run homer in the 6th inning against Pettit. His first home run of this World Series. He stands in. Lefty versus lefty. Marte to the plate. Fastball over the outside for a called strike.
You know, watching the Yankee bullpen the last 4 or 5 days, I felt that Marte and Java was the bridge to get to Mariano Rivera, and that looks like what they're trying to do now.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Slider, strike 2 call. And he snapped that one in there. Marte, who came in and struck out Utley on 3 pitches to end the 7th inning with 2 men on base, and has thrown 2 quick strikes here to Howard in the 8th. Rivera up again in the bullpen. Now the pitch. Slider struck him out swinging. And Howard, with an emergency hack there, just trying to make contact and couldn't do it. Joe Girardi up in the top step of the dugout now. Derek Jeter goes to the mound, and here comes Girardi. So it is apparently now time for the great Rivera to make his entrance. Girardi, as he gets to the first base line, signals to the bullpen and says, "Give me the right-hander," as if there's any mystery to it. And Rivera is about to make his entrance through the gate in right center field. And here he comes. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit them at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. Pitching change. Rivera is making his entrance. Will step out. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio.
The Bose Wave music system. It's elegantly small, with sound that brings new life to music, and it makes a great gift. Forbes FYI says it sounds like a system that costs 5 times more. Call 1-800-611-1617 for a 30-day risk-free trial. Call by December 31st and save $100 when you order the Wave music system together with our optional multi-CD changer. Also, ask about financing. 1-800-611-1617.
All the curses, all the comebacks.
In the air, right field. Heading out, ball game!
All the walk-off homers, all the blown saves, triple plays, and frozen ropes. All the diving grabs.
Back, and he makes the catch!
Nobody's got the postseason covered like MLB Network. For pre- and post-game highlights and insights, watch special coverage on MLB Tonight, before and after every postseason game. Only on MLB Network. Our national pastime, all the time.
Mark Kester in the Citgo studio. Yankees 7, Phillies 3. They're in the top of the 8th inning. Yankees 5 outs away from a championship. Joe Girardi asked before the game about a chance to win it at home.
Anytime you get a chance to close it out in front of your own fans, it's special, especially being the first year of the stadium and what it would mean to the Steinbrenner family and the Yankee organization and all the people of New York. I've been on championship teams where we've won it at home and where we've won it on the road, and seems to be a little bit louder and crazier when you do it at home.
And Joe Girardi's going to his tested closer, Mariano Rivera, 5 outs away from his 5th championship. Back to the Bronx with John Miller and Joe Morgan.
Mariano Rivera, 39 years old, but he will turn 40 late this month. And Rivera, who in his brilliant postseason career has a .75 earned run average, tries to work that magic again. Jason Worth, the hitter, and a fastball turns him back high and tight for ball 1. Worth has walked twice and struck out looking once. Ibanez on deck. Rivera needs to get 5 outs, and he has a 4-run lead with which to work. Here it comes. And a cutter that runs back to the plate on the inside for a called strike. Rivera has been now in 4 of the 6 World Series games so far. Before tonight, 3 2/3 innings pitched, no runs, 2 hits allowed. 1-1 pitch. Just below the knees for a ball on the inside again. So it's 2-1. Rivera, in the 15 postseason games the Yankees have played this year, has now appeared in 12 of them. He has allowed 1 run. Here's a cutter that comes back to the plate over the inside for a strike. And Worth looks a little frustrated. He thought it was inside, but that ball had that cutting action back to the plate. Rivera has pitched 14 of the third innings all told in the postseason this year. 1 run, 9 hits allowed. 2-2 the count. 1 out, nobody on. Rivera ready. He throws. Swing and a miss. He struck it out. He kept everything into the hands of the tall, long-armed Worth. And that cutter coming back toward the plate again, and Worth took a shot at it. 2 down, and here is Ibanez. The Yankees bullpen has now had 6 outs in relief of Pettit, 4 of them on strikeouts. And there's a called strike to the left-handed batting Ibanez, who has flied to shallow right, walked, and doubled. 7-3. The Yankees are leading. They need 4 outs more. 0-1 pitch. A cutter on the hands of Bloop. A broken bat Bloop down the right field line. Racing out from first base is Teixeira. It's over his head, but foul. He could not get to it. And the count is 0-2. The bat snapped in 2 in the hands of Ibanez as he swung at that cutter. The outer half of the bat, the barrel end, ended up over near first base. It's that bat with a jagged edge spiraling toward him. Maybe Teixeira thought, I might as well just go down the line for this ball and get out of the way of that. 2 down, nobody on. Everybody standing at Yankee Stadium. 0-2 the count to Ibanez. Rivera to the plate. Fastball to the outside and just off the corner. 1-2. Throwing that cutter at speeds of anywhere from 88 to 91, 92 miles an hour. Not 95, 96, 97 like he used to. Rivera doesn't always throw every pitch right on the hands of a lefty. The 1-2 pitch. The cutter popped up foul off to the left. And that is back into the lower deck. So Ibanez fighting it off.
Well, one of the things that has become very obvious in this series is that the Phillies could not match the back end of the Yankees bullpen, meaning Mariano Rivera. Whenever he came in, the games were over. And when the Phillies guys came in, they had problems closing out games.
1-2 pitch. A swing and another pop-up foul. And that's back out of play.
But often over the years, that has been the difference between the Yankees winning World Series and getting to the World Series has been the Mariano Rivera has always been better than his counterpart.
1 ball and 2 strikes. It comes. A swing and he dribbles it foul. It came up off the dirt as he swung at a backdoor cut fastball that time. And made contact that came up off the dirt and hit his bat a second time. A foul ball. 1-2. Now, in the Yankees' great days in the 90s and in through 2000, Rivera was so often the ultimate difference between the 2 ball clubs. The Yankees would many times come back from a deficit and win a game, but they would never give up a lead. Never with Rivera. A ball and 2 strikes. He throws. A cutter low and inside. And Ibanez giving him a great battle here in the 8th inning. Rivera, who struck out Worth to start the inning, about to throw his 8th pitch to Ibanez. 2 down, bases empty in the 8th inning. 7-3 Yankees. Mariano Rivera delivers. Swing and another foul into the batter's box. Came up and it hit Ibanez in the body that time. Well, he is really hanging tough here against Rivera. Never a lot of mystery about what Rivera is going to do. But actually hitting what he's going to throw, what you know he's going to throw, what he does throw, that's another story. 2-2 the count. Rivera will try it again. The right-hander throws. Swing and a shot to center field deep. Racing back is Gardner. Still going back. Hits over his head. 2 hops and up against the wall near the 408-foot marker. Into second is Ibanez, and he'll stop there with a long double. A 9-pitch at bat for Ibanez, and that's only his 4th hit in 21 career at bats against Mariano Rivera.
And it was a good pitch by Mariano. It was away on the outside edge, and Ibanez just stayed with it, didn't pull off of it, and drove it over the head of Brett Gardner in center field. It was not a bad pitch. It was not in the middle of the plate.
And Ibanez has his 2nd double of this game. And here now, Pedro Feliz, a right-handed hitter, 0 for 3 tonight. Rivera throws, and a cutter to the inside, but low. 1 ball and no strikes. Rivera has only allowed 1 home run in a World Series game, and that was in the Subway Series of 2000. Jay Payton hit a 3-run homer against him. Here's the pitch. A swing and a foul back to the screen. Keeping the ball on the inside against the right-handed hitters. Cutting it back toward the plate. 1 ball, 1 strike. Rivera's only given up 2 home runs in postseason play altogether in nearly 130 postseason innings. Just 1 in the World Series. Here's the pitch. A swing and a pop-up. Foul ground, first base side, over near the Yankee dugout. Posada, he's got it. The inning is over. Rivera needs 3 outs more. We go to the last of the 8. Swisher, Gardner, and Derek Jeter. Coming up, Yankees 7, Phillies 3. This is Game 6 of the World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone.
This business is harder than anything I've ever done in my life.
Meet Kim Ema. She sells tasty desserts out of her treats truck all over Manhattan.
Managing cash flow is really important because things are always changing. Let's say I have a really big event coming up. I'm probably going to use my Visa Business credit card. And then there are weekly expenses where it just makes a lot of sense to use my Visa Business debit card.
Learn how Visa Business helps Kim manage cash flow in ways checks can't. Visit visa.com/GoBiz. More small businesses go forward with Visa.
Ever had an emergency and you didn't know what to do? It's not a good feeling. But with OnStar, there's something simple that you can do. Push a button. That's all. If there's an emergency, a medical issue, or anything else, just push the OnStar emergency button. A highly trained advisor can use GPS to locate your vehicle and direct the right help to you, which could help save your life. OnStar is standard for the first year on 14 Chevy models. Visit OnStar.com for details and system limitations.
This year, give the gift they'll appreciate for years to come. The acclaimed Bose Wave music system. It's elegantly small, with sound that brings new life to music. Forbes FYI says it sounds like a system that costs 5 times more. And it's available with an optional multi-CD changer for hours of uninterrupted music. To order the Wave music system for that special person on your list, visit Bose.com/enjoy or call 1-800-611-1617. To make it a gift they'll enjoy even more, order it together with the multi-CD changer by December 31st and save $100. Try them in your own home for 30 days risk-free. Visit Bose.com/enjoy or call 1-800-611-1617 and ask about easy financing options with no interest charges from Bose. The Wave music system and multi-CD changer. The gift that makes special occasions even more special. 1-800-611-1617.
Your home for the 2009 World Series is ESPN Radio.
Now the Yankees in the last of the 8th inning. Swisher, Gardner, 2 lefties, and then the right-handed batting, Derek Jeter due up. The left-hander, Scott Air, is still in there, and Ryan Madsen, a right-hander, is warming up in the Phillies bullpen. 7-3, the Yankees are leading, and the anticipation is in the air here in the Bronx. The Yankees have moved to a new venue after all of those years in the old location, and they're trying to establish history for the new ballpark. As Derek Jeter often said, there were ghosts in the old yard that often would come out at appropriate times to help the Yankees. And The new ballpark, I guess the ghosts really don't go with it, but they're...
Well, some of them may have crept over here in the day. It was Halloween. Remember?
Yeah, there was. What are the rules on ghosts?
Yeah, they may have come over Halloween. We were in Philadelphia on Halloween, so they just snuck over then.
The old ballpark is still over there, but all the seats are out. And they're getting ready to start the demolition this week. Here's ball one to the switch hitting Nick Swisher. Batting right-handed, Swisher has flied out to shallow left, struck out, and walked. The outfielder straight away. 7 runs, 7 hits for the Yankees. 3 runs, 6 hits for the Phillies. 6 of the Yankees' 7 runs driven in by Hideki Matsui. Now, a fastball in for a strike to Swisher. Swisher, 2 hits in 14 at-bats in this World Series. But so many Yankees, even the ones whose numbers are not that good in this World Series, have played a role. Swisher included. One of his hits was an important home run in Philadelphia. Now he takes a little bit low for a ball.
The more I look at this series, the more I realize that all the Yankees are most valuable player, because they all played. Everyone contributed, and it's kind of the example of how good a team they really are. They have so many weapons that can destroy you, and all of them contributed something during these 5 games, 5+ games.
2-1 pitch. Change up, a check swing roller, third base side. He might beat it out. Feliz with a barehanded pickup. He throws to first, and he got him. What a play by Feliz. The ghost of Brooks Robinson, apparently. And
with a better arm.
Brooksy is just fine, by the way. Maybe Brooksy's alter ego there helped out Feliz, because that was a Brooks Robinson kind of a play. It did not look like he had a prayer, because he was playing very deep at third base. It was hit very softly. He made the barehanded pickup, and then while on the run, made that across the body, off-balance throw, and put it right on the bag to Howard. Wow. What a play. 1 down, and here is Brett Gardner. Gardner is 0 for 3. Left-handed batter. Takes a fastball low. But talking about Swisher, his only 2 hits. One was a double in the 5th inning of Game 3 when they were trailing 3-2. That started a 3-run rally that put them ahead. And the other one was his next at-bat in that game, a home run that helped them lengthen their lead. So those were both key hits in that victory, which was a come-from-behind win. Now Gardner looks at a called strike on the outside. 1-1 the count.
Again, everyone has contributed something to this victory. It's amazing. If you go back and look at these, 5+ games along the line, everyone somebody has contributed. The everyday players. I mean, Sabathia, from all the pitchers. I mean, everybody's has contributed.
Now the 1-1 pitch. Slider a little bit low for a ball. 2-1 to Brett Gardner.
A-Rod struck out 6 times the first 2 games, and then he went on a roll.
He drove in 6 runs in Philadelphia in the 3 games there. Tonight he's had a single and 2 walks and has scored twice.
Derek Jeter was hitting every day and getting on base, scoring runs. Johnny Damon had some great individual games.
The 2-1 pitch. Swinging a hard ground ball to second. Utley that was left to get it. Throws over to first in time. Gardner really hustling up the line, and Utley was kind of taking his time on that and ended up throwing him out by maybe a step or so. Here comes Charlie Manuel with Jeter coming up. He's got the right-hander Madsen ready in the bullpen, and he's going to make the change. So 2 down in the 8th. Yankees lead 7-3. Jeter coming up. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Visit them at geico.com or call 1-800-947-AUTO. Pitching change. We'll be right back. This is the World Series on ESPN Radio.
Have you noticed these days that every other ad seems to be about getting out of credit card debt? They tell you it's easy and fast, or you'll learn some kind of secret about how not to pay your debt. Like that's going to help you. It is important that you get all the facts first. If your back is against the wall and you feel that you don't have any options, call now to be referred to a debt consultant. The phone call is free and there's no obligation. Financial Future Network is a referral service that will attempt to place you with a company that will assist you in your debt needs. Individual results may vary, so please review all program terms prior to enrollment. Call now, 800-541-5054. That's 800-541-5054.
What can be said about reviving baseball in inner cities?
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me
the chance to play,
to learn,
to grow.
For 20 years, Major League Baseball's RBI program, presented by KPMG, has helped shape kids' lives both on and off the field.
Thank you for giving me
the power
to grow up and be
anything,
everything I want to be,
and everything I am today.
So for the 1 million people whose lives it's touched, RBI is so much more than baseball. This is beyond opportunity. This is beyond baseball.
Mark Kester in the Citgo studio with a Game 6 recap. Hideki Matsui getting the Yankees going in the second with a 2-run homer. His 2-run single in the third made it 4-1 over the Phillies. His 2-run double in the fifth made it a 7-1 lead. Ryan Howard, who has set a World Series record with 13 strikeouts, did hit a 2-run homer to make it 7-3. Andy Pettitte went 5 2/3 innings. Mariano Rivera got the last 2 outs of the 8th and is waiting for the 9th inning. But first, the bottom of the 8th and a pitching change. Back to the Bronx. John Miller and Joe Morgan.
Okay, thanks, Kesty. And Ryan Madson in to pitch now for the Phillies, the tall, slender right-hander, making his 5th appearance in the 6 games of this series. In 4 previous innings, 1 run, 5 hits allowed with 6 strikeouts. Madson was the man who did hold on to get a save in Game 5 Monday night down in Philadelphia, although he gave up a run. And here he is to face Derek Jeter. He got Jeter to hit a double play ball in that 9th inning, as the Yankees had a double and a single to start the inning off. So that was a key confrontation. Now here he is to face Jeter again in Game 6 with 2 down and nobody on. And a fastball knee high on the inside corner. Strike 1 call. Madson has only seen Jeter that 1 time in this series. Jeter tonight is lined out to left center, singled and scored a run, doubled and scored a run, and hit into a force play. 2 for 4. He takes a fastball low. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Phillies, their final hope in the 9th inning will begin, or at least with the do-ups, would be Francisco and Ruiz. They have a full complement of possible pinch hitters available. Lefties, including Dobbs and Stayers, they could go to. Jeter swings and a base hit to right field. That is his 3rd hit, and it's his 11th hit in this World Series. Where's our World Series or MVP ballot?
I know. I told you guys. I mean, he has been consistent from the first at bat.
The most hits in a 6-game World Series is 12. And 4 different players have done that. Billy Martin back in '53. Roberto Alomar with Toronto in '93. Paul Molitor of Toronto that same year. And Marquise Grissom with Atlanta in '96 against the Yankees. Jeter has 11 hits, 1 off the all-time 6-game World Series record. 13 hits overall is the most hits in any World Series. Bobby Richardson, Lou Brock. Brock did it in '68, and Marty Barrett of the Red Sox in the '86 series against the Mets. If this World Series went 7, Jeter would have a clear shot at that record. Time taken now. Ruiz out to speak to Madson. The batter is Jerry Hairston Jr., who entered the game when Johnny Damon had to leave with a calf strain after the 3rd inning. Apparently, he injured it while he was running the bases. He scored a run on Matsui's 2-run single in that 3rd from second base. Now the pitch. There's a swing and a pop-up into shallow left field. Racing out is Rollins, streaking out and toward the foul line. Reaches up and makes a backhanded catch. The inning is over. but you can hear the anticipation in the crowd. Rivera is about to head back to the hills. The Yankees are 3 outs away from winning the World Series for the first time in 9 years. Francisco, Ruiz, Rollins, due-up. It's the Yankees 7, the Phillies 3. The World Series on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone, continues after these words from our local stations.
ESPN Radio's Scott Van Pelt. One big thing.
Every show has an energy, but every now and again, a show happens that you couldn't possibly script in a million years, and last night was one of them. Dirk Nowitzki scores 29 points in the fourth quarter of a game. Kobe and the Lakers go to overtime and win. Denver and Phoenix stayed perfect. The Celtics too, but none of them led SportsCenter. A game that didn't even count did. Lemoyne beat Syracuse in basketball, and it's moments like that that my job's as fun as it can possibly be, because for all the athletes and teams for whom being on the show long ago lost its luster, this was a night that the Lemoyne Dolphins were the first highlight on SportsCenter, and I hope the people up there are watching. You can't win if you're the Orange and you play Lemoyne, because you're supposed to win, and you can't possibly lose, because if you do, Syracuse, then guess what? You lead SportsCenter too.
Scott Van Pelt in another One Big Thing. Weekdays on ESPN Radio at ESPNRadio.com. This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Let's bring on a guy, David Stern, who knows a little bit about the league. He's the commissioner. Hey, all right, let me start with this.
You're going to start with the bad news?
Listen, you need to be nicer to Mark Cuban, and here's why. The more I listen to Cuban talk, the more I like him and the more sense he makes. Are you going to be nicer to Mark Cuban this year?
I have been nice to Mark Cuban for years.
Oh, boy.
And if you asked him that, he would tell you.
Are you sure about that?
Absolutely. Actually, I just saw him last week at the owners' meeting. We get along fine.
By the way, you can be very tough on me, very salty. This morning you've mellowed in
my declining years, Colin. That's, what's the sense? You started out being kind, so I dropped my guard. You're teasing me into a quiet place.
All right, good talking to you, Commish.
It's always a pleasure. Thank you so much for covering us and being interested.
Colin Cowherd, weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on ESPN Radio and ESPNRadio.com.
Is the 2009 World Series on ESPN Radio.
Mariano Rivera is back out there, center stage. And Matt Stayers, the veteran, 41 years old, is going to pinch hit for Ben Francisco as the leadoff man here in the ninth inning. Ruiz would be due up next. Nobody has come out on deck at the moment. So here is Stayers. The Yankees lead 7-3. Stayers 1 for 7 in this World Series. The pitch to him. A cutter low and inside. Ball 1.
We asked Derek Jeter during our Sunday night postgame once about the personality of this ball club, if it has changed at all. And he said no. He said it was the same ball club. I don't agree with that.
The 1-0 pitch. Stayers swings and rips one foul down the right field line. And it is a ball and a strike.
I think this is a different team. I think the old Yankee teams were more matter-of-fact, business-like, didn't have a lot of fun. I think this is a fun-loving team. They brought in some new personalities. Sabathia, Swisher, A.J. Burnett. I think they've all added their personality to this ball club.
1-1 pitch and a cutter off the inside under the hands of Stayers. Ball 2, 2-1.
And a lot of people say even Alex Rodriguez is different. He's more relaxed now. So I think the personality of this ball club is different.
2-1 the count to Stayers. Rivera throws. And a cut fastball low and inside. Ball 3. Rivera has now thrown 21 pitches since he entered the game. 17 of them in that 8th inning as he got the final 2 outs. Carlos Ruiz is now out on deck. Due up next. The 3-1 offering. Swing, and there's a high drive hit foul deep down the right field line and into the first row of the upper deck, but about half a block foul. 3-2 to Stayers. Three balls, 2 strikes, and the pitch. Swinging a line drive right to Jeter. He makes the catch. Chest high, and there is one away. One down in the 9th inning. The Philadelphia Phillies, who won the World Series last year and returned this year. A tumultuous season in some ways because of their bullpen problems. And also their ace of a year ago, Cole Hamels, who had a much worse season than he had last year. And yet they were able to overcome all those obstacles. One out. Here is Ruiz. He has tripled, walked, and singled tonight. And the pitch. It is low with a cutter. 1 ball and no strikes. Yankees 7, Phillies 3 in the 9th inning. Rivera trying to wrap up another Yankees World Series. Jeter and the Yankees may well have thought, as he was a teammate with Rivera, with Pettit, with Posada, going all the way back when they won in 96. They won again in 98, 99, and 2000. They may well have thought it was just going to keep happening year after year. But they have not won a World Series in 9 years. They are 2 outs away. Here's the pitch. Fastball right down the middle for a called strike. 1-1 the count.
Well, there was a lot of talk about a dynasty in Philadelphia because most of these players will be back and they're younger players. The Yankees are not over the hill yet either.
Now the pitch and a cutter off the outside. And it is 2-1. Yankee players in the dugout all up at the railing, including the injured Johnny Damon, who had to leave the game in the 3rd. The 2-1 pitch. A cutter to the inside, coming back to the plate, but just a little bit off the inside corner. Apparently, it is 3-1 the count. In the bullpen, all the bullpenners, instead of being back in that climate-controlled bullpen dugout, are all on the bullpen mounds and on the railing out there. And there's a called strike 2. A fastball in, and it is 3-2 to Ruiz. Phillies need base runners. They have a lot of things that have to happen here. They need 4 runs to stay alive. Only 2 outs left to them. The pitch. And it's inside. He walked him. Rivera trying to use that inside cut fastball to come back to the plate, but it stayed off the inside, and he has walked Ruiz. And here is Jimmy Rollins. He has now thrown 12 pitches in this inning and 29 since coming in. He had a difficult first outing in this World Series back in Game 2 last Thursday. He pitched the final 2 innings. The Phillies touched him up for a run, and he had to throw 34 pitches in that game, or rather 39 pitches in that game. And he delivers a strike to Jimmy Rollins. The run he allowed was in the clinching game of the division series. The Phillies did not score, although they threatened. Now a swing, and Rollins hits a high fly ball to deep right field, back on the warning track. Swisher, he's under it now, and he makes the catch. 2 down in the 9th inning. Jimmy Rollins gave it a pretty good ride toward that home run porch, but not quite deep enough. And Victorino is the last Phillies hope here in 2009. Rivera is 1 out away. Victorino is 1 for 3 with a walk. Teixeira will play deep in normal defensive alignment at first base, not paying any attention to Ruiz, the runner at first. And Rivera throws. A strike call to the inside corner with the cutter. 7-3 Yankees in the 9th inning. Rivera into his stretch at the belt, delivers way inside and low. A lot of movement on that cut fastball, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. A ball and a strike to Shane Victorino. Chase Utley on deck, would be next. There goes Ruiz from first base, and a swing and a miss by Victorino on a cutter down and in. And now Rivera and the Yankees are 1 strike away from their 27th World Series victory. Everybody's standing at Yankee Stadium. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 down in the 9th. And here it is. Low and inside with the cutter. 2-2 the count. Mariano Rivera, always cool, always calm. Exuding confidence on the mound. Here's the stretch. The 2-2 pitch. A swing and a dribbler hit foul. Ever so slowly off to the right of the plate toward the Yankees dugout, where everybody is standing right at the railing. Many with their arms resting on the railing. Some are jumping up and down. They're unable to conceal their excitement. And the same out in the bullpen. Ruiz at second. The 2-2 pitch. A swing, and he bounces it softly. Foul again off to the right. The defending World Series champion Phillies. Not going easily. Rivera has now thrown 37 pitches since he entered the game in the 8th inning. 20 of them here in the 9th. 7-3 Yankees. 2 down in the 9th. Here's the stretch. Rivera to the plate. A swing and a pop-up foul. And that will come back out of play into the second deck. So Victorino hanging tough. He's had 4 hits in 21 at-bats in this World Series. He crowds the plate. The pride of Maui, Hawaii against the great Rivera here in Yankee Stadium. 2-2 the count. Rivera looks at second. Now he throws. A swing and a liner foul down the right field line. Thousands of camera flashes lighting up Yankee Stadium with each pitch here as everyone who has brought a camera trying to record for posterity the Yankees' first World Series victory in their new ballpark. And that final strike for the final out has been difficult to get here with Victorino battling Rivera. Rivera about to throw his 40th pitch of the night. Utley would be next. Rivera ready. Here it comes. Low and inside with another cutter off the corner. And it's a full count now. 3-2. Rivera about to throw his 10th pitch to Victorino, who is trying to keep his Phillies alive. 3-2 with 2 down in the 9th. Rivera to the plate. Swing and a ground ball to second. Cano's got it. Over to first. And the Yankees have won the World Series. The 27th World Series championship in Yankees history. And they pour out of the dugout onto the mound. The celebration begins. Mariano Rivera had to work as hard as he has ever worked in a World Series, throwing more than 40 pitches. But ultimately, he has prevailed. The Yankees have won this World Series in Game 6, beating the Phillies 7-3. Their first World Series championship in 9 years, and the 27th in their storied history. And Andy Pettitte is again the winner. For the 5th time, he has won a World Series game, tied for second on the all-time list, and his 18th postseason victory altogether, more than anybody in history. And Andy Pettitte has been so reliable over all these many years for the Yankees come October and now November. Pettitte at the beginning, Rivera at the end, and Matsui getting the runs home. He drove in 6 of their 7 runs in one of the greatest performances ever seen in a World Series game. So the Yankees are out congratulating one another, hugging one another, some putting on the special World Series championship t-shirts, the World Series championship caps. Joe Girardi, who has since becoming Yankee manager, worn number 27 because that was the goal, to lead the Yankees to their 27th World Series championship. And in his 2nd year as manager, it has happened. CC Sabathia out in the middle of the throng, the scrum out at the mound, which is appropriate because Sabathia was the man in the early rounds of this postseason, the division series, again the league championship series. And he lost in game 1 of this World Series, which seemed to be a serious blow to the Yankees. But that is when, as you pointed out so many times on the broadcast tonight, Joe, the Yankees rallied and they won 3 straight games and proved that it wasn't just this guy and that guy and a couple of guys, that they had a lot of weapons.
Well, they definitely have a great ball club. I mean, these guys, every one of these guys can contribute to a victory, and it's just great to see a team effort like they put together, because after the first ball game they were down, and you have to give A.J. Burnett the credit there for putting them back on track, and the rest of the team just picked it up from there.
So they are erecting the scaffolding out behind second base for the presentation of the World Series trophy and interviews with players for all of the fans to see. And Jabba Chamberlain and a couple of other of the young Yankees are waving flags around. But Andy Pettitte, the man in the middle, who got another big win for the Yankees, and John Shambi and Peter Pasquarelli are on the field and hoping to get interviews with some of the heroes. And here is Boog Shambi with Andy Pettitte.
Thank you. All right, thanks very much. Andy Pettitte, world champ for the 5th time. How's that sound?
It's awesome, man. Just thank God just have the opportunity to do this. Just got a great group of guys, man. Just from the beginning of spring training, we set out about the team. Everybody set their individual goals aside. We just played as a club, played as a team. It's just been awesome.
Did you feel tired out there? Did you feel any different than your average start?
I felt good. I did. I didn't feel any different. Maybe got tired there a little bit. The innings just seemed like they dragged on it. I was in the dugout. You know, you're trying to stay locked in. It just seemed like it took forever for the innings to come around. But it was great. I was glad I was able to give us a decent start. My command wasn't great again, but I was able to get through it, fortunately enough.
What quality or qualities did this team have that allowed it to win that it maybe had been lacking for 8 or so years?
Well, first of all, we had a great pitching staff. I mean, you got a horse like CC and AJ and the innings that they're able to throw and the pitches that they're able to go out and do. Great bullpen, just a great group of guys, good team guys. When you add all that together, you're going to have a chance to win a championship, man. You got to have talent, but we had a great group of character guys for sure.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Andy Pettitte gets the win, and the Yankees are champs for the 27th time.
Indeed. And Andy Pettitte 4-0 in this postseason. He mentioned Sabathia, who was 3-1. Mariano Rivera always there at the end, and Peter Pasquarelli has Mariano Rivera.
Mariano, I don't think this ever gets old for you, does it?
No, never gets old. This is what we fight for the whole year. Spring training we start. We're finishing here today.
This was one of those teams, too, where it really was, isn't it an effort that's shared by a lot of people?
You know what? First of all, I had to say thank you to the Lord. He made it possible for us. And definitely this team, this city, deserve a team like this.
You've won a lot of them. How does this compare, the feeling?
Well, hey, he's out there with the top ones. Definitely, he's out there with one of the big ones. You know, so thank God that we won.
And tonight, I think you could have gone as long as it would have taken.
Hey, I could have gone whatever we had to take. You know, it was great. It was today, not tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Mariano Rivera, the greatest of them all. Back up to John Miller.
Indeed, there has never been such a pitcher as Mariano Rivera to come in at the end of games in the postseason, or even in the regular season. There have been closers who've done a great job for periods of time, but it seems like Rivera has been around forever, and he's as good as he's ever been.
Well, I don't think there's anyone better in the postseason. I think that's where he's earned his stripes. A lot of times you've had guys may lead the league in saves more than, even have more saves than he has. But once you get to the postseason, any team that goes up against the Yankees, their back end is going to be second to Mariano Rivera because he is the best, and by far the best.
You hope you have a lead late in the game and that your bullpen will hold it against the Yankees, because you know their bullpen will hold it once they get to Rivera. Derek Jeter, another one of the constants in the Yankees postseason in this era, with Peter Pasquarelli.
Derek, captain of the Yankees, another world championship. How does this one feel compared to the others?
Wow, man, I forgot how good it feels. We put a lot of hard work into this season. Couldn't come out any better than it did.
teammates, too. It's one of those teams that seems contributions from everywhere.
That's how you win. You got to have contributions from everybody. You want everybody to be a part of it, and that's why the reason we're standing here.
Phillies came back to prolong it, but you put them away. How much is important is it to avoid that Game 7?
We want to play. When we play, we try to win every game. Nobody was thinking about Game 7 today.
Congratulations, Derek. Back to you, John.
All right, and thanks, Peter. Derek Jeter, 5 World Series rings. He's already moving way up on that list of in so many offensive categories. And for the Yankees, I think for a long time it seemed like it was a birthright. You came up with the Yankees, you expected you were going to play in October, and you'd be able to prove yourself on that biggest of all baseball stages. But that had not been happening here for several years in New York. They had not won the World Series since 2000, had not been in a World Series since 2003, really had not been that close to a World Series.
Well, I think
since the Red Sox overtook them after their huge 3-0 advantage in the League Championship Series in 2004.
I don't know if George Steinbrenner is here today, but he deserves the credit for this modern dynasty of the Yankees, because he's the one that put the win at all costs. We're going to win it every year. He made that famous, in the Yankee clubhouse. I mean, I remember Derek Jeter saying that if they didn't win the World Series, the season was a failure. And that comes from the leadership of George Steinbrenner wanting to win a championship every single year and trying to put that team on the field that could win every single year. And he went back and got it this year. When you bring in CC Sabathia and you bring in A.J. Burnett, as Andy Pettitte said, those 2 new horses are the reason that the Yankees were able to get to the World Series and win the World Series.
And I was so happy to hear him mention A.J. Burnett, because Burnett had the very poor start on Monday in Game 5. And I hope that's not the lingering memory, because without what Burnett did in Game 2 of this World Series, the Yankees might have been playing just to stay alive tonight and hope for a 7th game.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt. He pitched the most important game for the Yankees. He had the most important win for them in Game 2 after Cliff Lee had shut them down in Game 1. So I don't think anybody will forget that. I know the players will not forget it.
The Yankees went on an impromptu jog around the field to acknowledge their fans. And as they went out to right field and went around the outfield, Joe Girardi, the man who wears number 27, now the manager for the 27th World Series victory with Peter Pasquarelli.
Well, Joe, you're going to change your number to 28 for next year.
Well, that's something I'm definitely going to have to consider. It worked pretty well, and just an unbelievable feeling.
You've won these as player, you've won these as a coach. How does it feel to win it as a manager?
It feels the same. And I think the feeling you get as a manager, you're so happy for so many other people that have been through this long haul and what they put their bodies through physically. And for Mr. Steinbrenner and his whole family and what Cash did with his staff, you're just so happy for everyone.
You walk out there in the 8th, you bring in Mariano Rivera. Is that sort of, you say to yourself, my job has been done, my work is done for tonight?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about what Mo did for us in this postseason. He was awesome. I mean, it was like he was 22 years old again, and multiple innings, 40-pitch outings for us. We couldn't have done it without him.
Well, Manager Joe Girardi, you join all the greats that have managed Yankee champions. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Back up to John Miller.
All right, thank you, and congratulations to Joe Girardi. His first year as Yankee manager didn't go that well. The Yankees did not make the postseason, and he was certainly under the gun this year. And any manager of the Yankees knows that you've got to have success or you're not going to be around very long. But he has brought it home. They gave him certainly the weapons to do it, so that he was expected to get it done. And the Yankees had a great regular season and really stormed through this postseason, winning 11 of their 15 games. So congratulations to Joe Girardi and to Brian Cashman, the general manager. And although it would be easy to say that they offered Sabathia the most money, so obviously Sabathia came here, there was a little bit more to it than that. And Sabathia expressed his reservations about the clubhouse culture and whether he could have a good time here, whether he could be happy here. And Cashman challenged him. He said, that's why we want you. We don't want you just to pitch for us. We want you to go in and change that culture. We want you to be the leader in that clubhouse and bring this group together. And he challenged him to do that. And I think those were the right words, the right challenge to CC Sabathia. They're about to have the trophy presentation. Right now, we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. The Yankees have won the World Series right here on ESPN Radio, presented by AutoZone. I'm John Miller with Hall of Famer Joe Morgan, Peter Pasquarelli, John Shabby down on the field, doing the heavy lifting for us, trying to get the interviews in the midst of all the excitement on the field and really all the chaos on the field. The World Series trophy is being presented. And I believe that is that Hal Steinbrenner, who is the man who now is in effect in charge of the Yankees. He's certainly the spokesman of the Yankees ownership, the managing general partner, and the co-chairperson of the Yankees. George Steinbrenner, the Yankees owner, is in Tampa, and he has been ill. He is not well. He was here for the first game of the World Series last week. So Hal Steinbrenner raises that World Series trophy aloft, and it was quite a ball club the Yankees put together this year. A fun team to watch. A club that could score runs in bunches. They hit so many home runs that people were up in arms that this ballpark was too small. That it was too easy to hit a home run here. But it seemed to suit this ball club particularly well, better than the clubs they were facing most of the time.
Well, this park was built for this team. I mean, they're a group of fly ball hitters that hit the ball out of the ballpark, and then they had a group of power pitchers that struck out a lot of hitters and kept the other team from hitting it out of the ballpark. So it was a perfectly matched situation for them, but I think you have to give them all the credit in the world for playing together the team, and I think that's what I saw from this team this year. There was just a group of guys playing together as a team, not a bunch of individuals, and they had a great time. And this is their reward.
So the World Series trophy is being presented, and Randy Levine, the president of the Yankees, is out there. Lon Trost, the chief operating officer. Hal Steinbrenner's brother Hank is out there. Nick Swisher was one of those new Yankees who made things a lot more fun in the clubhouse, and he is standing by with Peter Pasquarelli.
Swish, the reason players like coming to New York is just this reason, is it not?
Absolutely, man. This is an amazing feeling right now. Absolutely.
Swish is cheering along as the trophy. You struggled at times in the postseason, but your manager stuck with you and you played well.
Doesn't matter. Struggles, who cares, man? World champs. It's all that matters right now. It's all that matters. Anyone struggles, doesn't matter. It's all about wins. We won. It's all that matters.
Thanks, Swish. We'll go back up to John Miller here. It's been mobbed down here a little bit.
Okay, Peter. I'm just always sorry that you and I don't get to go down there and get in the middle of all that. Joe Girardi has been presented with the World Series trophy, the Yankee manager, and he is holding that aloft now. Some of the other Yankees front office people, we mentioned Brian Cashman, the general manager of the Yankees, who puts the ball club together. And some of the others out there, we mentioned Randy Levine, the president, Lon Trost, chief operating officer, also Jennifer Steinbrenner Swindoll, the general partner, vice chairperson. She's down there. Jessica Steinbrenner, another vice chairperson. And Hideki Matsui, it has just been announced, has been awarded the most valuable player award of this World Series. And that is who we voted for. We had some very heated discussions up here in the booth. We get one vote together about who the MVP should be. Certainly Pettit, his name came up. Mariano Rivera, Derek Jeter. But the more we looked at it, the more difficult it was to single out anybody. And finally, the one argument against Hideki Matsui was that he didn't play in those 3 games in Philadelphia. He was limited to being a pinch hitter. But he did have a direct hand. He had the game-winning home run in Game 2 against Pedro. That big victory back of Burnett. And then tonight, they had one of the greatest games in World Series history. 6 RBIs equaling the World Series record. And he did it, unlike Bobby Richardson, who did it in an early game in the World Series. He did it in the clinching game and the Yankees win it all. So congratulations to Matsui-san. He is the second designated hitter ever to win the World Series MVP award. Paul Molitor with the Blue Jays back in '93 also won the award. So congratulations for Matsui. Ironically, as he had 8 hits in 13 at-bats in this World Series, 3 homers, 8 runs batted in. He tied Chase Utley for RBIs in this World Series, even though he didn't start in 3 of those games, although he did have a pinch hit home run in Philly. But Matsui may not be a Yankee next year. His contract is up, and the Yankees, who have several older players and some that they think are better suited to being designated hitters, and there's an idea that perhaps Joe Girardi and General Manager Brian Cashman would like to use that DH, not to have one guy who's only a DH, but maybe Johnny Damon could DH a lot if they bring him back. Jeter could get a breather as a DH. Posada could stay in there and still DH when he's getting a rest from catching, and that could help some of those older players to still get at bats and get a little more mileage out of them.
Well, but he made a great statement tonight for staying, because he was the guy that was sitting behind Alex Rodriguez, and every time they walked Alex Rodriguez, he got a base hit to drive in the runs, and they're going to have somebody to protect Rodriguez next year. I don't know who that might be, but Rodriguez is protecting Mark Teixeira, but someone is going to have to protect Rodriguez.
Indeed, and Alex Rodriguez is on the platform now. So Matsui got the MVP of this World Series, and A-Rod is holding that World Series trophy aloft. A-Rod's another guy. His numbers don't look great. He only had 5 hits and 20 at-bats in this World Series, but when you consider that he was 0 for 8 after 2 games, and then the 3 games in Philadelphia, he drove in 6 runs. He started the comeback in the 1 game with a home run when they were down 3-0. He drove in the winning run in Game 4 in the 9th inning, and was always in the middle of just about everything that happened in Philadelphia. The Phillies' worst nightmare was that he was going to come up in the 9th inning of Game 5 with a chance to do some more serious damage. And certainly, as his teammates have mentioned many times, they wouldn't even have been in the World Series without what A-Rod did in the earlier rounds of the playoffs. As he put on one of the great October runs of any slugger at any time, hitting dramatic home runs late in games 3 different times to tie up a game that looked to be all but lost for the Yankees. So congratulations to Alex Rodriguez, his first World Series, and he's getting himself a World Series ring. Andy Pettitte, the fans here chant Andy Pettitte's name. Andy Pettitte in this postseason won 4 games. He was 4-0. Sabathia was 3-1. And while Sabathia pitched more innings than anybody, Pettitte was second, and then Burnett had the 3rd most, and then Mariano Rivera. He pitched 16 innings in the postseason in 15 games, which is pretty much of a full load for a closer nowadays. Rivera ended up going 5 1/3 innings here in the World Series. He did not get a save tonight. He came in with a 4-run lead, but is the ultimate security blanket. The great Mariano Rivera, and you wonder how long is he going to be able to keep doing that thing he does so well. He'll turn 40 later this month. At some point, everybody gets old. Usually it's an injury that starts the downward spiral. But Rivera was as good as ever in this postseason and in this regular season, as Rivera had one of his best seasons ever in the regular season. Johnny Damon, another strong candidate for MVP of the World Series with Peter Pasquarelli.
Johnny came up huge in those games in Philadelphia, and tonight you got a little ding, but I guess you'll have a few weeks to nurse the pain.
Yeah, you know, it was a unfortunate time for it to happen. I'm glad that I got to pitch in with a walk, and I came around to score, and I'm just so proud of this team. People kept picking each other up night in and night out, and they picked me up today. You know, as soon as they saw me come up lame, those guys came out swinging some more.
You won one with the Gang of Idiots in 2004, but this team was a little different. How do you compare the feelings?
You know, it's tough because at the end of the day, you get to call yourself a world champion again, and you realize how hard you have to fight to get to this point. And I'm proud to say that I'm a 2-time world champion now, and with the ring in 2 places, Boston and New York, I don't think it can get any better than that.
Well, take care of your calf. Only 11 weeks till pitchers and catchers.
That's it? All right, I'll take good care of it.
All right, Johnny Damon, back up to John Miller.
Indeed, 3.5 months until pitchers and catchers report to Florida and Arizona, and we would get started on the 2010 season. But for now, the Yankees celebrating, all smiles. Joe Girardi coming off the field, carrying one of his young children. He's a family man with 3 young kids. One of them barely able to stay awake, and Girardi carrying him off the field with his wife alongside, and she has the biggest smile you've ever seen on her face. The joy is just overflowing for the Yankees and for Girardi and the Girardi family. Now all of the Yankees are heading out to the podium out there near second base in the middle of the field. One of them is holding aloft the banner proclaiming the Yankees as the champions of the baseball world in 2009. And Derek Jeter is holding the World Series trophy. Jabba Chamberlain is the one who is holding that banner aloft. Somebody's already got a copy of, I guess that's the Daily News. It has a big 27 on the cover. The Daily News is prepared. The Yankees have won their 27th World Series, and they're all out there to celebrate now in front of the crowd here at Yankee Stadium. And I think it's one of the nice traditions that's sprung up in the last several years, Joe, because the celebration always would take place in the clubhouse in years past, and they present the trophies and everything down in the clubhouse, and the fans in the ballpark were left out of it. And sometimes several years ago they started celebrating right on the field so the fans could see the whole thing and celebrate with the players. And Derek Jeter is being introduced and being interviewed on the public address system here at Yankee Stadium. 15 seasons in the big leagues. Derek Jeter has won his 5th World Series championship in a year in which he got a base hit that was very special. It put him ahead of the Iron Horse, Lou Gehrig, and in first place on the all-time list of base hits in the history of the Yankees. Quite an accomplishment for anybody. And Derek Jeter, the captain of the Yankees, certainly was the guy to do it. And he has proven himself many, many times to be a great Yankee. Not a home run hitter the way Gehrig was, or Ruth, or Mantle, but a Yankee leader and a Yankee captain who has helped him achieve great success over his many years. And his longtime teammate, Posada, standing next to him, Mariano Rivera, just spoke to the crowd on the public address system. And those 4, the fabulous 4, Posada, Jeter, Pettit, and Rivera, they go back. They all were teammates in that 1996 championship team for the Yankees. The year they lost 2 games in a row to Atlanta to start the World Series, and then won the last 4 games. And that began a run where they won that World Series 4 times in 5 years. And then the well went dry after they won it in 2000. That particular group of people had one last shot at it in 2001. The World Series where Rivera could not get the save in Game 7. And the Diamondbacks came from behind and won it. The Yankees in 2003 were beaten in 6 games right here in New York by Josh Beckett, a future Red Sox nemesis who was with the Florida Marlins, and shut him out. He beat Andy Pettit in a Game 6 to win it for Florida. And then the Yankees with no World Series appearances since then until now. Mark Teixeira, a new Yankee this year. He's won a World Series with Boog Sciambi.
All right, Mark Teixeira, a world champion for the first time in your career. What's this like?
Nothing like it. I mean, you play a lot of years to try to get here, and once you're here, it's unbelievable. It's everything it's cracked up to be.
This is why you came here, right?
It is. Why wear the pinstripes? You're not going to win championships. That's what the Yankees are all about, and I just feel so blessed to be a part of this championship.
Tex, congratulations. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Come full circle here.
Mark Teixeira.
All right, let's send it over to Peter Pasquarelli, who's with CC Sabathia.
See, you weighed a lot of different chances in the offseason, and you chose New York. And I guess one reason is what you're going through right now.
No doubt. And to come here to play with all these great players and have a chance to win a championship, to be able to do it in the first year in the new house feels great.
When did you know that you had a championship quality team here?
I think right away. I mean, first day of spring training, we came in, everybody got along, and, guys were showing up early, guys were motivated, and felt like we had a good chance, and it feels good to be standing here right now.
You missed pitching the last game, but I don't think you mind not getting that last start.
Not at all. Not at all. Andy, I knew Andy was going to take care of business. He's been great, his whole career in the postseason, and he came up huge for us again today.
CC Sabathia, great throughout the whole season. Congratulations. Back up to John Miller and Joe Morgan.
Many thanks to Peter Pasquarelli, John Chambi, down in the middle of the scrum out there with thousands of other people surrounding them. Everybody trying to get a word with, or a word toward, or a photo with the Yankee player. And we appreciate the work they did to get out there. CC Sabathia heading off the field with a big smile on his face. Sabathia from the Bay Area, a longtime member of the Cleveland Indians, and he also a key reason why the Yankees were even here in the first place. The New York Yankees are the champions of Major League Baseball in 2009, the 27th World Series championship in their great history. They beat the Philadelphia Phillies tonight in Game 6, the clinching game, 7-3. Tonight's game has been brought to you by AutoZone. There is never a good time for a bad battery. Be ready for winter's harsh conditions with the ruggedly dependable Duralast battery. Proven tough and sold only at AutoZone. And by the Exergen Temporal Scanner, changing the way the world takes temperature. Available at Walmart and other fine retailers.